What up, y'all? Mic check. Think we're looking good. Cam check. About the Mavericks right now, man. What's going on with Boston tonight, man? They're supposed to close it out. Whatever happened? They haven't lost on the road yet. They're about to lose tonight. um, but what up, chat? Obviously, we got some news today. We got we got patch notes out and things, and quite a bit to discuss. I will say I was kind of expecting more in terms of the because normally they would do new aspects, new uniques and stuff. This is the first time they haven't done that, where they added like a previous season mechanic or whatever. However, in terms of the whole overall package, I guess I can't complain because I mean season 4 has been like incredible so far. So I guess that's just kind of minor things. But I guess I was just kind of hoping for like some new aspects or new powers to kind of shake up some things, make us theorycraft some other stuff or whatever. But that's not gonna happen in terms of that being the case. In terms of anything new, like newer stuff. But that's okay. That's okay. Good notes overall, I think. YouTube, it says Andy owns Heartseeker now, bro. I've been seeing that posted everywhere. I was on Woody's stream when Woody was going over to Pasture making a video about it, and that is all you see spam. Is like Andy now like top of S tier. The reality is this: so numerically, until things are actually tested, but if we're just going off of math, Heartseeker is technically still stronger, like by a little bit. However, this is only really talking about pit pushing, right? So if you don't care about pit pushing and all you care about is like, let's say speed farming like speed farming pit or whatever, I think Andarios would be better for speed farming pit or whatever. But in terms of like your highest push or whatever, like if you're looking at like what build does more damage, whatever that means for you, then Heartseeker will still be at the top of the totem pole for rogues. But Andarios now gets a lot closer than it was before, which I think is really cool. Like that's really good to have another build kind of in that same or in that echelon of power, if that makes sense. So that's cool. What's the Barrage resource like? I'm gonna go back and build some Barrage tonight. I plan on it. So since we've come across, or I'm gonna say discovered, but we come across a way to be able to make barrage arrows actually hit a small target considerably better. That's a pretty big win for Barrage. So, but I do have to change the setup quite a bit to be able to take advantage of that. So that's what we're gonna try to do tonight. To do that. My assumption is that they're saving the big stuff for the X pack, or maybe season 5. Who knows? But yeah, like I said, I'm not disappointed. Considering that we're getting this huge patch now, right? And then we're getting a PTR soon, right? Like pretty soon. So it's like we're getting content. Like we're gonna be getting things to do and things to play like consistently, which is definitely a W. Shared Misery or Frostbitten for pushing? Oh, well, definitely Frostbitten. You don't really... Shared Misery is great for speed farming, not really for pushing. And Darius is crazy now. There we go. There's another. I said Andy pin shot might be dope. So I guess I'll put it this way. The more significant part about Andy's is the fact that it can proc on enemies versus procking on yourself. So that kind of gives you interesting ways to be able to build for Andes that's not just so one-dimensional being like only puncture in a sense. So now you can actually like play it with Heartseeker if you want to. Believe it or not, you can do a Heartseeker Andes build. You can do what I'm actually kind of like the most curious about is actually Windshear Druid. Andes, because I actually thought about doing, like, I was gonna do a Windshear Druid build anyhow at some point, and with Andes, that's gonna kind of make it pretty incredible. But I do like the fact that it procs on the mobs and not yourself. So like I said, it gives you different ways to do, well, basically the same thing. So yeah, I mean, Andariel was already good. Andoria's Puncture Rogue is now even better. But like, I do want to temper expectations, and that it's not like Andoriel's Puncture Rogue is now like the best build in the game, or it's gonna do tier 170 now or whatnot. Like, I would say, let's say, I think the top clear right now for Andariel's Puncture is like a 124. So right now, like, I think for Rogues, Heartseeker is a 136. So that's like a pretty big gap in terms of like overall power. If you care about that stuff, again, if you care about the pit pushing stuff, that's like 12 tiers, right? So with the Andariel's buff is going to be about another 5 or 6 tiers. So I think maybe a 130, 131 might be possible on Andariel's, which will still be about 5 tiers below Heartseeker. But like I said, 99.9% of players are not going to be pushing anywhere near those kind of tiers or pit or whatever. So anyone who plays Andariel's right now is going to love the buff. It's going to be like really good. It's going to feel great for speed farming. People are going to absolutely love it. Will Heartseeker be more powerful on new patch then? Well, yeah, still, yeah. Yeah. Not by much, but yeah, I mean, it still will be. In fact, I think actually for pushing, it puts Andariel's in the same league as like Pinshot for pushing right now. People forget Pinshot's still good. Like Pinshot's hard to gear for, but it's still really freaking strong for pit pushing. It's done on 131 so far. So like, but I do want to say this though. I do want to say this. Let's get to the main screen real quick. I do want to say this. When it comes to like these builds and like these buffs or whatever, I wouldn't worry so much about what tier pit is going to be able to do now or how high can it go now. I know like we care about that stuff and like, or it's important to us, but like let's look at it this way. Let's look at it this way. When you go shop for a car and you buy a car, right? When you go buy a car because you need it to, to get to work and stuff, like, and you go to the dealership, let's say you still go to the dealership, right? When the salesman is trying to sell you on the car, do you go ask him how fast can a car go? Like if you're buying a practical car, do you go and ask how fast can a car go? Right? And the salesman would probably look at you like, well, top speed, maybe, I don't know, 150, 160 or something like that. And then you're just like, nah, I don't want that car. I don't want that car anymore. But the whole point of you getting the car is to get to work, right? Get to work, maybe CVS pharmacy, pick up some food, or like that. Like the normal task of what a car does. You're never going to race with that car. You're never going to go 160 with that car. So you don't go to a dealership asking, hey, how fast can a car go? Why? Because it's irrelevant for what you do, right? I feel like a lot of builds are the way that we play the game right now is a lot like that. Sure, some builds can do X pit level, but like, are you really gonna be doing that? Nah, you're not. You're just not. You're not really about that life. I'm not saying it's a bad thing right now, but you're not gonna sit there and spend 16 hours one day trying to push one tier pit after failing 400 or 500 times. You're just not gonna do that. Like no one in this chat's gonna do that. Hell, I'm damn near certain I'm not gonna do that because I know what it takes, and hell no, am I gonna be doing that, right? I'm just not that guy. I ain't about that life. You see what I'm saying? So I think the idea is when you're thinking about a build you're playing or what gets stronger, think about the build and this practicality for what you do. What do you normally play in a game? Oh, well, I do torment bosses. I do, maybe some 100 pits or whatever, or I do some hell tie. Okay, well, at that point, then a 130 and the 140 is irrelevant to you. It's irrelevant for like 99% of players. It's 100% irrelevant because you're never gonna do that content. Just like asking a salesman how fast can a car go when you're never gonna drag race that car. You're never gonna drag race that car. You're never gonna reach 150, 160 miles per hour in that Toyota Corolla you bought. You're just not gonna do it. So there's no reason to ask how fast can that Corolla go. Like it's irrelevant to what you do. You see what I'm saying? So like when I keep hearing the whole it's Andy's better than Heartseeker, Heartseeker's better than Andy, right? It's like, does it matter? Because for speed farming, it's just going to be better in general. It's going to be better, like, which is what you're going to be doing. Does it matter if it clears higher than the Heartseeker or Heartseeker clears higher than Andy? Nah, because you're never going to do that content. You know what I'm saying? Like you're just not. I don't mean that in a bad way. I'm just saying, realistically, who's going to be doing that type of tier content? Like there's maybe like 10 people. I could probably name 10 people who are actively pushing on a daily basis for the next tier. That's it. All the other thousands upon thousands of players are not doing that type of pit pushing. They're just not. You know what I'm saying? So, however, if you are that person in chat, if you are that person in the chat, right? If you are that person that wants to buy a Toyota Corolla and you want to know how fast it goes because you will be drag racing your Toyota Corolla, then, you know, you're definitely in that niche category or whatever of players or drivers, right? It's like, oh, well, I'm definitely going to be drag racing my Toyota Corolla. Well, then at that point, you need to soup it up and get all the kits and get it tricked out or whatever, which is the same thing as getting enough gold, right? To be able to get the gear necessary to push pit. It's the same thing, same idea, right? So does that make sense? Like, am I reaching anybody in the chat when I'm saying this? I know we get excited, you know, and we want to see strong builds, but I think relative to what you do in the game is much more important. See what I'm saying? Like, what do you normally do in Diablo 4? That's important. And that's what you should, not you should, but like, I think that's what people should look at. And it's like, well, I don't want to play a build because it doesn't do 160 or it doesn't do 140 or whatever. It does only 135. But if you're never going to do that, why does it matter? Why does it matter? It matters not a single cent. So like, I think I don't want to disappoint people saying, oh, well, Andy's may not be able to do as high as has Heartseeker even after the change, but who cares? Who legit cares? If you have fun with Andy's or whatever, freaking play Andy's. It's a great build. It doesn't have to be better than Heartseeker at one little thing in the content that you're never gonna do. Right? It's going to be an excellent speed farmer. It's going to be, you know, it's going to feel awesome to anyone who's already playing the build. Like, it doesn't need to be better than anything at one specific thing that you're never going to do. I'm just saying, right? Anyways, I just want to get that out of there because I've seen so much of that in chat. I was in Rob's chat for a little bit because I just wanted to see people's reactions to the whatchamacallit. Those kind of things, and like it's just one of those things where it's like speaking of which, that's Zario on YouTube. What's up, man? I'm confused. Can you explain it again, please? Rita says Andy's would be a better speed farmer than Heartseeker. For the 100s, yeah, for sure. Yeah. Yep. And for most people, that's pretty much all that's relevant, right? Is the speed farming thing. Anyhow, actually, let's go over the patch stuff. Let's do that. Almost forgot to do that. Let's just talk about the patch stuff. This song though. I thought about making a video on it, and then I got lazy, and I was just like, nah. One shot kid, what's going on, man? Just wondering, is there any rainstorm build going? Unless there's some weird calculations or some bugged calculations with the buffs that they did, I don't see it. But best build for a Toyota Corolla. Oh man. Um, Celtics is down for Celtics is down. Yo, Celtics is getting blown out, man. Blown out. Anyhow, just got this game. What is the best, most fun character to start with? I can tell you the strongest character in terms of what the most fun character is. I can't tell you that. I don't know what you find fun. What do you find fun in the action RPG? Like when you think of action RPG, what do you think of doing? Right. Yo, look at my chat. Look at my chat, like repeating what I'm saying. You guys are you guys have been here long enough to know exactly how I respond to stuff like that. I even see my chat saying the same stuff. In World of Warcraft, I love playing a mage. All right, so you would probably like sorcerer. Um, that means sorcerer is a mage. I can't think of anything else that would be remotely close to a mage. I mean, you got like necromancer, but it's not. He's not really a mage. I think Firebolt Sork is kind of where he's at right now. But the unfortunate thing about sorcerer is that everything else kind of sucks, except for Firebolt at the moment. So Zara said, let's put it this way: Andy can already overkill everything in the game. The increasing damage is going to let you go up about probably 4 pit levels. Sounds about right. Well, I mean, you would know. You are the creator of the build, so for sure. For those in my Twitch chat, you don't see Zario, but he's on the YouTube chat. You guys can say hi to him. Yeah, Reina Veros. Aerostorm, yeah. Aerostorm isn't nah. I just don't see it. I'll try it. I'll try everything. I don't see it though. But I could be wrong. With all that's being said, is TB back or nah? I think TB got one of the biggest buffs in terms of on Rogue. But despite having one of the biggest buffs on Rogues, TB was pretty far behind. So even with that pretty big buff, it still kind of like it makes it like a pretty decent side build. And you can also proc Umbrous aspect now with melee skills. So Inner Sight Twisting Blaze is back. So I think Twisting Blaze would be a good fun build to play. However, I wouldn't expect you to be able to perform as well in the, I guess in pit scenario as like Andy's or Heartseeker, or I guess maybe upcoming Rapid Fire now, depending on how the changes feel. Actually, with that being said, Zario, got a question for you since you're there. How do you really feel about the Rapid Fire changes though? Like, I don't know. The wording is so vague. The only thing that I'm for sure that I like about it is the 25% radius increase, which I think it should be a little bit bigger than that. But I mean, I guess we'll see. You said Reina like 3x, and I legit thought you were going to talk about Tekken 8. Such a throw. Any buff to the Celtics in those patch notes? Ouch. Oh, man. Wait, you said Frost Orb Sork is super fun and a little like WoW Mage. He said DP 007. You said stop cap. Wait, how's he capping? How's bro capping? He said Frozen Orb Sork is super fun. How is a subjective type of fun capping? He didn't say it was the strongest build. He didn't even say it was a very strong build. He just said Frozen Orb Sork is super fun. And honestly, I don't disagree with him. I mean, as long as you know what your expectations are, it is really fun. I'm assuming that the 25% radius would be big enough to let it hit enemies that are right in front of you, so it seems good to you. But I mean, they said that at the same time that they said the other part of the sentence, right? So let's skip down here. I was gonna kind of go in order, but let's kind of go down real quick. Actually, wait a minute. Is it in the rogues part or no? It's not in the rogues part. It's up the top, right? No, bottom, because it's like a bug fix, right? Yeah, bug fix. Okay, so it says it fixed an issue with Scoundrel's Kiss equipped couldn't properly hit close targets and would sometimes fire projectiles behind the player, right? So they said they fixed that, and then they said this also increases the radius. So if just increasing the radius will allow you to hit enemies like close to you, then why even say the first part? Is my thought. The cap is in relation to playing WoW. Oh, okay. I'm sorry, DP. Okay, my fault. My fault. I misunderstood. That's my fault. That's fair. That's fair. I totally did not see that angle. You're right. You're right. So I think this is the thing. So I wonder what this is. Like, what is this specifically, right? I like this part, but I also want to know what this part is. You read it? That in order to make it so rapid fire can hit close target, they have to increase the radius. 25. Well, I guess that's the thing. But if it says this also increases the radius, as in like this as well, you know, this in conjunction with, like, that's how I'm looking at it. I could be wrong. But you might be right. I guess felt like this part of the text was not really necessary. You could just said increase the radius of explosions by 25% so it's easier to hit enemies up close. If that's the only thing that really changed, then I think that would have made it for much better wording. But hey, but yeah, I'm curious because we all know when Blizzard fixes something, quote unquote fixes something, this is what scares me. Because it's like, is it when they fix something, is it really a fix, or are they gonna break something else but also give us the radius explosion? That's what I'm scared about, man. I'm scared about this part. What this actually means. But anyways, when I think of the Holy Bolt change, I think it was long overdue, to be honest with you. But I think they waited too late to do it. Like it needed to happen like week 1 or week 2 of the season, not week 5. I think people were, became super invested into it. Those that really care about it and started spending a lot of gold into gear and stuff and builds that took advantage of that. And I think 5 weeks into the season is just really rough to make that change. They should have did it they should have caught it early. Well, they did catch it early, but they should have messed with it early and not so late. Like at this point, they should have just left it, to be honest with you. As much as I don't like Holy Bolt's elixir being the way it is, at this point, they should have left it alone. They shouldn't have changed it. Reed, what's going on, man? Glad there was no nerf to Heartseeker. I didn't think it was gonna happen. I didn't think they was gonna mess with Victimize, considering how strong other setups are. So if they were gonna do that, then it would have made sense to fix bugs across the board. Because notice they didn't bug fix Shatter. They didn't bug fix Victimize. They didn't bug fix quite a few other things actually. They left a lot of the bug interactions with builds in general, like the key passes and whatever. They left that alone. So it looks like we will have those throughout and through the end of the season, basically. What I think about the boss nerf, boss health nerf of 200 bosses. I don't know why they did that, honestly. Yeah, so Riptide, that's what I'm gonna be building tonight, by the way. Yeah, they buff Shatter. I thought that was they buff Shatter and they buff Flay. That's how you could tell they're what they were balancing is like weeks behind. And of course, I know it takes time to be able to, do the work and the coding and all that stuff like that to come through, but you can tell that some of these balance changes were like old, like a little old, because Flay wasn't really a thing until like a week and a half ago, right? I think it was. And then Shatter was a thing maybe 2.5 weeks ago when they had that one balance, that one patch that just broke Shatter. So I think so. Like I think some of those changes were just like old changes before, like as they were working on before they realized, oh shit, Flay's actually really really good, right? Zarya said, "My bet is that they'll break Andars in some way, making it proc on other enemies. Either Andes will somehow break and not work at all, or Andes will get some crazy double dipping." I'll be looking forward to your video on it, Zarya, when it happens. Make deep pushing more available, but it feels like counterintuitive to what they initially want. Oh, you mean like the nerf to like the pit stuff? I actually think the nerf to the lower level pits is actually kind of neat. That helped. That it's a band-aid fix for what the real problem is, but at least it'll allow builds like, God forbid, Flurry Flurry Rogue to be able to like farm some like decent mats, right? So I mean, I'll take that as a W, but yeah, I mean, it's a band-aid fix. That's all it is. But yeah, Andario's Visions is the clear winner now. By the way, what the hell are mythic unique items? Has anyone like? I was like kind of scared to ask because I thought I missed something and I just couldn't read properly or whatever. But what the hell are mythic unique items now? Does anyone know? Because I feel like I'm the only one that don't know what the hell mythic items are. Mythic unique items. So they're just regular Ubers, right? Okay. I thought maybe I was just like, okay, I figured they were Ubers, but I'm like, what's with the wording? Okay, because I'm wondering, I'm like, are these like new super items now? Is this like a super unique, a super uber unique or something? Or, you know, uh, I'm just like, okay. Yeah, they changed the wording, yeah. So, and Dario's is definitely a pretty big one. Actually, this is actually not bad. People don't talk about this, but this is actually kind of good. Like, especially if you play hardcore, this is actually kind of good. This is actually a good buff here. Also, not only that, but the potion buffs are actually quite nice. For someone who doesn't really like to rely on like lifesteal, like I don't mind spamming the pots or whatever. I am a pot spammer, by the way. But yeah, this is actually really good too. Where does Shaco fit in this now? Well, I mean, Shaco didn't really need a buff, and Dario's Vision is going to only work on builds that are properly designed around it. So like, you're not going to see this on like a traditional Heartseeker Rogue. Still, you're not going to see this on like precision based builds from Rogue. So basically what this does is just buff what was already there for Rogues, which is obviously the puncture setup. But the thing I do think is pretty neat about the Andario's Visions though thing, the changes here, the whole Poison Nova spawns on an enemy instead of player, is that if you want to play it like with, let's say, Heartseeker, you can. Would it be as good as Puncture? No. But it won't be that far behind. Let's just say, hey, I want to actually do it with Heartseeker. Okay, cool. Not a problem. you could still speed farm 100s with Endurio's Vicious Heartseeker variation if you want to do it, right? So you have the option to do it now, which I think is kind of neat because, I mean, more variations of a build is always a cool thing. Like hell, I might even do that just for shits and giggles, just cause. Also Druid, by the way. When I do my Windshear Druid, this is gonna be really cool. So I kind of can't wait for that. Why would it not be as good as Puncture? Because unlike, let's say, the Heartseeker build, right? Unlike the Heartseeker build, or Victimize build, Victimize is based off of your basic attacks damage, as well as the lucky hit proc rate, etc., right? So with Puncture, let's put it this way. So yeah, so with Heartseeker and like Victimize is more important that your base damage of your basic attack skill is high, right? So with Puncture, the damage is split by 3 when you choose that particular passive. So you're splitting the damage into 3, whereas Heartseeker, you're adding an additional ricochet that's 70% of your damage. So it's a Victimized build is better with Heartseeker because of that, or partially because of that. There's other things, but partially because of that. It's the opposite way with the Andy build, because the Andys don't care about your actual basic attack damage. It cares about how often you can proc Andy's itself. So now attack speed stuff is more important. Being able to have more opportunities to proc Andy's is more important, and thus therefore Puncture just does that a little bit better. It's not like a night and day difference, but it's enough for anyone who has played, like, let's say an Andy's Puncture Rogue before, if they ever like chose to do Heartseeker instead, like you will see, you know, a small reduction in your efficiency because of it. But if you enjoy it, don't get me wrong, obviously do it, but it's not going to be one of those things where it's just like, oh, it's like considerably worse. It'll just be just a little bit worse. We're looking at like maybe 30-ish%, roughly 30-ish% worse than like a Puncture setup or whatever. But for most players, they're not going to really notice that difference. They're going to be like, oh, this actually works. It's pretty cool. And if that's the case, run it. If not, you want to play more close-up range, do Puncture. Puncture attacks way faster. It's really not though, Tom. It's very close. Like if you use a bow or Heartseeker, it's very close in terms of attack speed. It's very, very close. So the way faster is kind of incorrect. Like we're looking at like 1 breakpoint difference between the two. But the biggest difference is being able to, you have a better lucky hit because of the way that Puncture is designed. Although, do you use Element or a Curse touch for 100% uptime, vulnerable time? I still use Elements because I mean the make enemies vulnerable or whatever still tends to work really well for me even after the change. So I haven't had any reason to change. At least the runs that I've done so far, like I haven't really felt the drop off of the vulnerable, but I do have a lot of lucky hit. So maybe that's the reason, but like I haven't really felt the need to go back and run a Curse touch. So we were going over this in the Moody stream. Puncture is better for Andy flat out. Well, yeah, I mean, I literally just said why. I literally just said why. But I think the thing is that people tend to deal with extremes. When someone says, "Oh, by the way, this is better," people think, "Oh my God, this is like Bugatti versus Ford Fiesta better." No, we're not talking about like that. Like you know, like you're looking at like, you see what I'm saying? Like the difference for the casual player would be very little, would be very small. Like someone who plays a lot would probably, would definitely notice. But like for like an actual casual, if they can keep up close quarters combat, you're not gonna notice that much of a difference. If you're just speed farming because you're overkilling anyway. You see what I'm saying? Like you're overkilling the content like speed 100s anyways. So I think people just gotta stop dealing in extremes, man. It's not like, oh my god, you look like for instance, like you know how like we talk about the whole topaz versus sapphire debate or whatever. It's like, oh, I saw some Korean do 2 topaz and 2 sapphire. You know, obviously it's like better. It's flat out better. Like, no, it's not. You're looking at like 0.01%. But the internet deals with extremes. It's like, oh, that must be way better because you know the Korean did it or whatever. And no, it's not. It's not that extreme, guys. It's not. Actually, to be honest with you, same thing with the other way around. Like with the Heartseeker victimized build, you can do it with puncture. Like, is Heartseeker better with it? Yes. But can you do it with puncture? Sure. Like, can you still speed farm 100s with a puncture Heartseeker build? Sorry, puncture victimized build? Yeah. You can. You absolutely can. I'm ready for the Barrage testing. I'm really ready for Barrage builds from you. We'll get there. We'll get there. You think Holy Bolt will be even playable? Well, I mean, obviously Holy Bolt was bugged, so they wanted to fix the bug, but I think the problem is that like they waited so late to do it. That's the issue I have because people have already like invested so much into that I just think it's kind of unfair that they did what they did with it. It needed to be fixed, but they should have did it like week 1 or like week 1.5 or so before people started making huge investments into the gear, not week 5. Only Sith deals in absolutes. Okay, is that Tom? You said you play both builds. No, I mean just saying like if you go attack a dummy, right, and you record your frames on the dummy with Heartseeker with the bow, right, and then you do puncture with daggers and you record the data and like look at the frames and stuff like that, you will see it's actually a very small. It's actually a pretty small difference between the two. It's not way faster. Like Moody and I both actually did. Actually, Moody and Ava did it too. On a target dummy. Like puncture is still slightly faster, but like it is. It's a pretty small difference. Like pretty small difference. That is if you're using the bow and not a crossbow, obviously. But yes, it's a small difference in terms of attack speed. Just join. How's patch notes affect your Heartseeker build at all? Nothing. Heartseeker didn't get nerfed or a buff or anything. It didn't get really. Well, I guess I won't say it didn't get buff. I mean, there's like a glyph you might be able to use for some additional damage if you want to go that route. So you can squeeze like 10% more damage out of your build because of a glyph. But I think that's really about it. Puncture with daggers and a bow with Heartseeker or like that. The attack speed is actually kind of close, or close-ish. I'm gonna look at HSI on my Rogue, 44%, somewhere around that range. The changes have been applied. No, it comes on Monday. Mm-hmm. Even if it's better for them, it may not be for us. Wait, did Winjay just copy fostered you? I was looking at that. All right, so let's go through some of the notes or whatever. I think I heard, what did you say, 30% difference? I don't know if he was actually counting the Heartseeker attack speed buff as well. I didn't like when I was listening to him talking about on the stream. I don't know if he actually mentioned the Heartseeker passive because that also gives you some attack speed as well. I never heard him mention it. But yeah, without that 30%, yeah, that's about right. But I think you have to understand that 30% is like it's like an aspect. Like take off like let's say intercom off a Heartseeker build, and then run a pit or whatever. Or like let's say you take off like Edge Masters or whatever, right? Take off Edge Masters and like elements and then run pit on a Heartseeker build. Like that's the type of like efficiency loss you're getting, right? Like you probably still demolish that same 100 that you did without those two aspects, and you probably won't notice much of a difference. Like that's like 30%. Like 30% isn't like 9 or 10 pit tiers or something like that. You see what I'm saying? Like I think people like when people see that, it's like, oh man, you know, I'm gonna go from doing like, you know, pit 100s to pit 120. Like nah, it ain't nowhere near that big of a gap. And keep in mind, you have to also keep in mind, we do overkill a lot when we speed farm. So like that 30%, let's just say, for instance, for example, let's say you play you play one build, right? And then you add a 20% aspect to that same build, which is speed farming. You are overkilling and speed farming more often than you think. So maybe that 20% may not actually increase or decrease the amount of arrows it takes for you to kill something. It may or may not. If it doesn't, then that 20% action really isn't really a buff because you're already overkilling anyways. This starts to get really, really more detailed, like more mechanically detailed. That I guess maybe the stream is actually trying to like, you know, really want to get into. But there is a time where it's kind of like, you know, you may not feel that 20% buff because you were already overkilling. Now, if that 20% passive or aspect or whatever allows you to shoot one less arrow every time, then yes, you will feel that. But if you're shooting the same amount of arrows and you're still overkilling, or you know, you're that 20% is still, you know, let's say you're overkilling by 40 or 50% all the time, like on the mobs. You remove 30%, you're still overkilling by 20%. Therefore, you didn't gain anything, technically, right? But obviously, this changes so much in a pit run, like in terms of the, you know, the mobs, their health, you know, whether you're victimized procced or not, you know, there's a bunch of RNG that goes into it. But that's the reason why sometimes something like, you know, you forgot that you didn't change out this aspect, but you didn't realize it because the run didn't feel that, you know, different or whatever. He's like, wait a minute, I thought I had elements on this or not elements. So I thought I had intercom. What happened? You know, I didn't realize I didn't had it. Well, because what I just said, right? You'll notice it more like when you're pushing high tier pits for sure. But like speed farming, you do so much overkilling that stuff like that makes very little difference actually at the end of the day. That's what I'm saying. You can do either or. I don't want to discourage people from like trying different variations because, you know, like you want more variations. You want people to experiment with things. You want people to find new ways to do things that we already do. That gives us more variety. That gives us more cool things to play around with. So that's why I encourage stuff like that versus discourage it. Have I talked about the road changes? Not yet. Wait, Edge Masters is way better, isn't it? It's always on. Do you like? Did you understand anything I was saying, Brogada? Like, no, I'm just making sure. Like, did you understand anything I was saying with that? Oh man, you're good. Late to the you get ready to answer that. All right, so Doombringer. The shadow explosion damage increase. I mean, I guess maybe you can fit it into like a close quarters combat build, like maybe like an inner sight twisting blaze close quarters combat thing. You might can fit it in the Andes, maybe. I don't know. I don't know. You still won't see it anywhere else though. Like, unless you're doing close quarters combat, you definitely not gonna like. This isn't gonna matter at all whatsoever. But even with close quarters combat, I think it's just kind of like weird. You killed my dream of my Andoriel's TV victimized with a serious one. Doombringer is now no longer purely defensive. I mean, I think you have to understand the 100% shadow explosion buff is still like the proc buff is still kind of shitty damage output. So like you just only increase something that was kind of shitty to be a little less shittier and maybe somewhat useful on like some very specific builds. Because keep in mind, it's still a proc effect. And proc effects aren't really that strong, and it's hard to really make proc effects do really well on the rogue. Or, you know, proc static damage to do really well on the rogue. I mean, close quarters combat is good, but other classes or some other classes can scale stuff like this better than we can. So like this isn't like a oh man, I need to put Doombringer on my Heartseeker build now. No, you don't. No, you don't. Your Barrage build, your Rapid Fire build, no, you don't. This ain't gonna help you. You're not even gonna know it happened if you wore it. Share Misery is a godsend for the Andes build. You take away that damage in the pit, try to without it, immediately put it back on. Bro, Share Misery is in general is really good. I run that on my Heartseeker setup. Share Misery is so freaking good. Anyhow, Ring of Starless Skies. So I like. I mean, why not, right? Tyrio's Might, same thing as the Doombringer. Really, you're only going to be able to really make use of this if you're playing a Barb. That's kind of really, I'm going to say just Barb, but Barb probably takes the most benefit from this. As a rogue, you don't really benefit from this still. Like this ain't. You're not gonna put this in the rogue expecting to make a divine barrage build by any means. It ain't happening. Just to kind of like speed up things, I'm not gonna talk about the other classes. We're gonna go straight to rogue. All right, so Twisting Blaze, I think we talked about that earlier in the stream. Twisting Blaze, like this buff along with the Blade Dancer buff as well. Actually, so Twisting Blaze got the biggest buff skill-wise on rogue coming up. I mean skill-wise, like core skill-wise. Obviously, Andes is a very big buff, but Andes is a proc, not a skill. But in terms of skill-wise, Twisting Blaze got a pretty hefty buff. What I wish they would have did with Twisting Blaze is kind of give Twisting Blaze back its lucky hit chance that it used to have. Honestly, I think I would have loved for that to happen, because then we could have had like a victimized Twisting Blaze build or some sort, and that would have actually been pretty cool. Sorry, it says I calculated with my Andes build, Doom would do about 200 million DPS. That's still not worth using though. But there you go. Did they confirm if Blade Dancer was a typo? So, okay, so this here, the 50 to 80 is actually on a two-hander. So this is the two-hander value. Yeah, so this is the two-hander value. So you're looking at 25 to 40%, I believe. Where to put the two-hander value there? Yeah, it really is kind of weird. Yeah, but yeah, so Twisting Blaze buff. I think the biggest thing, the biggest W for Twisting Blaze, honestly, isn't the damage buff. I know you look at that, but honestly, it isn't the damage buff. It's Umbrus. This right here. Now they removed them with marksman skills, because now any skill can proc it. That's the biggest W for Twisting Blades, because now it means you can play Twisting Blaze and recite Twisting Blaze. Now you do not have to go combo points. Now you still got to proc like close quarters combat, so you still need like to like throw a puncture in there every now and then, right? I can play my Blade Shield build. Yeah, I can do my Shank Rogue now. I'm actually pretty excited to do that. And not die every like, half second. But yeah. I will be playing with some twisting blades, inner sight twisting blades with this change. So I'm actually quite curious about this. Flurry. Here's my question. Why do we have it? Why do we have this? Why is this here? Why is this roughly 25%? What the hell do you mean by roughly 25%? Hey, we increased the damage of Flurry by kind of 25%. What does that even mean? Why is everything else absolute, but we get to Flurry, which is one of the worst skills in the game currently in terms of like pure strength, and we get an estimate? We get a guesstimate? So you're not sure how much damage this is increased by? Is this what you're trying to tell us? Like, you don't know? You use like kind of 25%? Maybe, somewhere between like, 0 and 25% buff, somewhere around that range, right? Like, who knows? Sometimes you might get negative 5%. Hell, we don't know. We're not sure. Who plays Flurry anyways? Who cares about that, right? What is the mindset here? I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just Flurry has Fist of Fate built in. That's hilarious. Actually, I wouldn't mind that if it was, well, a much higher value actually, but still. They know rogues test stuff, so they want to hedge their best numbers. I just thought it was hilarious when I saw the roughly 25%. It's absolutely 25% on Tuesdays. 25% of the time is buffed every time. Oh man, Flurry cannot get a break, man. I feel so bad for Flurry. I swear. I think when Moody was recording his video, going over the patch notes or whatever, I think I said something during his YouTube recording. I was like, Flurry F+ tier now, so we're gonna add a plus to the we're gonna add a new tier just for Flurry. So it's no longer F tier, it's F+ tier. No, we're gonna do F, but we're gonna like F+, but we're gonna put this little symbol right before it. So it's like we're gonna go Flurry is kind of F+ tier now. That's exactly what we should do on Maxroll right there. Done. Because we don't really know. We don't really know if it's really 25%, if it's really F+ tier. We don't really know. It's like, kind of around F+ tier, Can someone make a kind of F+ tier emote? Oh man. All right. Let me stop. I know Flurry's, kind of mad at me right now. I'm sorry, Flurry. I like Flurry. That's the thing. Flurry's a really fun skill to play. I like Flurry. I do. I do. As much as I pick on it, I actually do like Flurry. What does stat requirements for non-main stats reduced from 90 to 60 per Paragon board mean? It means that basically, all those like rare nodes that have like a second requirement, like a first and second requirement to hit those, like to hit some of these the additional effects or whatever, or the double effect. It's now going to be a bit cheaper to do. So it's going to be a lot easier to hit those things now. So what's Flurry going to do about it? 25%? Kind of 25% more complaining. Oh, man. All right. Exposure. This is actually going to be kind of cool. I don't know how this is really going to work out, but I think this is going to be kind of cool. I think this is a good change. I saw Woody was theory crafting with Sork using Andy. What build? It's like Fireball still? If it got the loot part in pit and game change. Alright, Sturdy's good. This is good. This is a good change. This gives us I mean, this is just free damage reduction, so we don't have to do anything. Um, yeah, I mean this is just good. Mending. This is nice. Like the um, this is a good change. I don't see this being used more often because of it, but this is a decent change. Uh, versatility glyph from 15 to 25%, also like pretty decent. The fluidity glyph is actually the one that actually caught my attention the most out of all these glyphs here, and that is the whole like when you cast an agility skill, you do 10% increased damage now, and you gain 15% increased energy regeneration. That is good. Like this whole glyph now is good for anything that isn't combo point related for sure. You can actually use this in combo point based builds too, just for the increase in damage as long as you're using agility skill, which technically speaking, you're either using cow traps or dash or shadow step in most builds anyway. So you're constantly proccing this glyph, and you're gonna get a 10% damage increase just for doing so. So it's kind of like, why not take it? In a sense. You said what skills would benefit from versatility? I would assume I assume Grenade Rogue does. Um, your ultimates do. Imbuements, poison imbue. I would assume poison imbue. Could be wrong on that one actually. The grenades aren't skills. You say it doesn't, not grenades. Well, that's actually kind of interesting. You would think it would, considering that like there's a bunch of aspects that say your grenade skills and you don't have any grenade skills, but yet the grenade procs count as skills. So like I think that's the reason why I find that wording quite interesting. Because there are a lot of grenade aspects that says your grenade skills do X amount of damage, but we don't have any grenade skills, technically. Wasn't versatility bug with ultimates? At one point, yes. Zara says, nah, grenades aren't skills, mainly poison imbuement. Yeah, this is I'm probably gonna end up using this glyph for sure on some builds. I haven't like did the theory crafting yet on which board or build I would do that with, but I definitely will find some way to include that. Because actually, even for combo point builds, the increased energy regen or whatever for like, let's say something that's like pretty hungry, like let's say you're attacking pretty fast and you're just literally just eating through your energy or whatever, would help have that increased energy regen. So therefore you have better edge master value. So regardless, this is just a good overall glyph in general. Damage reduction from 10 to 15% is good. Diminishes damage reduction increase from 10 to 15% is also pretty good too as well. When you start stacking this with like, let's say the sturdy damage reduction and whatnot, like you start to like, it actually starts to become pretty good when you put them all together. Individually, they might not sound like a lot, but like when you're kind of, when you add those or when you are putting all those together, it ends up like feeling a little better. I still think we need more, so therefore we're not so stuck around Dark Shroud. But as a start, I guess. Blade Dancer's aspect increased from 30 to 60 to 50 to 80. This is the two-hander value, by the way. Is what they're, yeah, this is a two-hander value. Did you know that Starless was with skills that cost 0 energy from Inner Sight? Wait, what? Oh, okay, never mind. Okay. I kind of read that in a weird way. Okay, yeah, okay. So okay, that I did know. Okay, I was thinking like non-core skills for some strange reason then, because like that causes 0 energy or whatever. I'm like, wait a minute, what? But no, I get what you're saying now. Like while inner sight is active, which costs 0 energy, it still stacks up. Okay. Yeah. That, yeah. I wonder if Uptime of Umbris stacks would be better with it proccing on crits. I mean, they didn't change anything else about Umbris other than the fact that it's actually let me go back. I mean, it's still lucky hit. The only thing they did was just remove the marksman skill parts of it, which is massive, to be honest with you. Like that's a very nice change that I can't wait to play with. Actually, it's a band-aid fix for Rogue's defensive problems in general, especially if you're playing melee. But we'll take it for now. Critical, what's going on? Dread, what's happening, man? Eyes in the dark finally useful. About that. All right, so aspect of Artful Initiative. I mean, this is just a buff to grenades. I'm not sure how significant this is because I have not played a grenade rogue yet. Surprise. I actually kind of like this. Finally they did this. I used to hate playing with Surprise with Shadow Step because the grenades would drop from where you were and not where you ended up. So I used to hate it. But now that they actually like drop at the location that you teleport to is actually way cooler. That's like way better. It took them like what 2 seasons to finally like fix that. You haven't built Twisted Blaze? I will at some point. When the changes go live. Yeah, it made no sense before. I'm surprised it went as long as it did, but then to actually like make this change here. Now apparently Evade still is at the spot where you used to be, which I guess that's fine. That makes sense. That's fine. But the whole Shadow Step thing always kind of like triggered me when it did what it did. Trickster's aspect, grenades increased by 50%. Okay. And Shrouding aspect, time required for a Dark Shroud reduced from 3 to 2 seconds. Okay. Still won't use, but all right. We did mention the Umbris aspect earlier. This is a major change for melee builds. Aspect of Arrow Storms, this stuff here. You're going to see people attempt to try to like go Arrow Storms again on Heartseeker Rogue. And yeah. I on the surface, I still don't think this is enough. However, if you enjoyed playing Arrow Storms with Heartseeker, despite knowing that it's a weaker version of Heartseeker, then you will love this buff, right? But I think in its totality, I don't think this is enough. My biggest, you said Aerostone would actually be pretty decent if it wasn't capped at 5 at the time. Well, I think the thing is that considering, I think what I kind of wish the devs kind of thought about with this is that I actually don't think Aerostorms is that bad, but you have to think about it in a gameplay context. Enemies aren't going to stand in a very small AoE for the entire duration of your Aerostorm cast. That's part of the problem. What boss do you know in the pit is just going to be like, oh man, he just cast rain of arrows on me. I guess I'll just stand still so therefore he can get the proper damage off of that skill. you know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like this is like tuned for like a test dummy where it's kind of like, oh, well, if all the arrow storms kind of like, stack on top of a target and the target doesn't move, it might actually be okay. And technically speaking, it is kind of okay-ish. in that situation. But that situation rarely ever happens in general. Like when you're doing when you're doing whatever, like no, they're just not going to just stand there, right? And most of the time, you get outlaw as like a boss. What now? You get like you know what I'm saying? It's just like I just I don't know, man. You get Duriel or something. I don't know, like so like I just think that I think they're playing it too safe here and should consider like what happens during actual gameplay with this. And but if you stand still, Cannibal Commander, Den Mother, I mean you also might die, but they won't. Maybe allow it to follow the enemy, like a homing attack in a sense, like so like a cloud basically, like a Aerostorm cloud. I mean, I wouldn't be mad at that actually. I would not be mad at that. Um, Eyes in the Dark. Someone asked me in Discord, Maxroll Discord. Um, Death Trap now deals a little more damage, right? And it will rearm itself a second time. And well, yeah. So honestly, this really it's really not even worth talking about. All right, so Signet, grenade damage increased by 50%. Okay, sure. Um, walk, what's going on, man? Appreciate the prime. It's just not, it's not worth talking about, honestly. Overall, coming down to the rapid fires thing down here too as well. I'm curious to see how much this radius increase really affects. I think I talked about it on stream a bit. Um, I didn't give feedback on the explosion radius or whatever like that. But I did actually talk about it on stream about like, hey, if they actually increase the radius by like 50% or so or whatever, it might feel better. Um, but yeah, 25%. I don't know. I think when I look at 25%, I look at snare, like you know, like the snare glyph for cow traps and poison trap. Like maybe it's kind of like that. Like it's like that. You sent me a short clip of on Discord using Aerostorms. Okay, I'll pull it up. Surprisingly, didn't do terrible damage though. My Shank Rogue actually might like the Aerostorm stuff, believe it or not. But that's for another day. That's for when the patch comes out. Uh, because I think at least with Shank Rogue, like think about it, you guys in the chat. Like you guys would watch me play like Blaze Storm, Shank Rogue. At least in that case, I'm on top of them, just kind of shanking through them. So at least they're standing in the Aerostorms because I'm not like I'm literally on like right on top of them most of the time, like throughout the pit or whatever. But yeah, that's a whole nother case though. All right, let's check this out real quick. Yo, Blast Trapper is actually kind of fun. I see let's see if I can. Oops. You guys can't see that. Hold on. Oh, whoops. Why is it not showing a thing? Okay, give me a sec. Yeah, it doesn't want to show the thing. That's so weird, huh? Hold on, give me a sec. We'll figure this out. Why is it not letting me do the thing? Hear it. I can see it, but how do I get my capture to do the thing that I want it to do? Give me a bunch of errors. Weird. All right, let's just do a whole different capture here. Try this one. Okay, nope, not it. No, it doesn't want to do it. What in the? We're gonna get it. We're gonna get it. Wait, why is there a bar through it? That's so weird. All right. Sorry, you guys can't see like the whole thing, but apparently this is Aerostorm frocking like a jillion times. You have to see quite a few like 1 million crits in there, like 1.3, 1.2 million at like the high end. Aerostorm's so busted you have to censor it for the stream. Is that what's happening? I mean, not gonna lie. I mean, that looks fun. Maybe I can't like. I got a whole sensor bar going through the middle of the thing. It's still there. What just happened? Okay, that's super weird. All right, I guess we'll go back to our game capture. Yeah, I actually think Shank Rogue, because I was doing blast trappers with Shank Rogue. I think I actually might do some arrow storms there. Just Shank Rogue is basically just a fun spin-off anyways. I might as well throw some more fun things in there. Machine, what? You said game was so boring you fell asleep. You wasn't enjoying Tatum, watching Tatum just get like utterly destroyed, really? I thought you would be amused by that. Machine. Will I play PTR season 5 on stream? Absolutely. Absolutely. Every day of the PTR I will be here. Jeremy, what's going on? He said good morning. What's going on, man? So you guys got 3 stones in a row on a 91. Machine says he sucks every game. This is no different. Ouch, man. Ouch. I think I was playing some Blade, some Shank Rogue earlier today. Like I just kind of like decided to throw some stuff on to see if I can make it happen with Tears Might for like decent damage reduction or whatever. Why different gens between crossbows and swords? No reason. I was switching out something for like Blade Shift Shank Rogue that I was doing earlier off stream. So just the crossbow just had the sapphires in it that I wanted to use for Shank Rogue. It really isn't like a difference. Like there's no like secret tech that anyone has found that makes topazes or sapphires completely better than the other. Like a fully min-max build, the topazes would be like slightly better, but we're talking about like less than 1% for most players. So like honestly, it's not even worth. But I know that it confuses people because it's like, oh, I don't want to be running the wrong gems, right? So I totally get it, but it's literally just pure aesthetic at the moment. It's not something that actually makes a difference. Someone needs to check on Eyeboiler up. He's already depressed before the patch. He might become suicidal. I heard Drew's got some kind of decent stuff today, no? Do you know how much is the range for damage to close enemies? Pretty close. Well, I would say pretty close. So a good way to look at it is this portal. You see this town portal that I'm standing on? So like basically the outer circles of this portal, of this town portal or whatever, is pretty much close. It's considered close damage. It's not like exact, but it's pretty close. So yeah, all the way to the outside of this little like rocky area here is considered close damage. Or you're close. Yeah, it's a pretty big radius, believe it or not. So the damage is the exact same? Yeah, pretty much. I mean, unless you consider like 0.01% like a worthwhile damage increase, then yeah, I mean it's kind of the same thing. Melee range, more or less, kind of. Thomas said, I found a GG Heartseeker build today. Very nice. I tried, so here's what I was doing earlier off stream, by the way. I was trying to, you see this amulet right here? So I was trying to roll either Malice or Exploit on this amulet earlier, and I spent 600 million gold, and the best I could get was a +1 Malice. I went through all of my Angel Breath, all 800 Angel Breaths, and 600 million gold for a +1 Malice on this amulet. Like this is my long-term goal for like the rest of the season, is to actually get this amulet like decent. So this is my long-term working goal. I might even still run it with the +1 Malice, because even then it's still like kind of decent. But I mean, yeah, I chucked all of my gold and mass or whatever away from it. All right, guys, let's build back the barrage. So we're gonna do that. Hopefully, I have all my stuff for barrage still. So we're gonna build back barrage, but we're gonna do it with I'll say quote unquote new discovery. I don't think it's new, but it's not really widely talked about. So I might have to do a video on it. But it actually helps Barrage's single target damage quite a bit. So we are going to, knowing that, I have to kind of change up the way I play Barrage a little bit. But it's going to be good. I think it's going to be good. Okay, I gotta find where that, where is my chest? Is it this one? Yeah. I guess I gotta figure out which pair of pants I was using. Was it this one? Part of me thinks it was this pair of pants I was using. I know it was like a crappy pair of pants, And I think this looks pretty crappy. So I think it's these. Also appreciate the follows, y'all. Will I upload more frequently on YouTube with PTR Season 5 because you already have footage from Twitch like other streamers? I actually thought about doing a mid-season patch video, like, you know, talking about it from a rogue's perspective. So I actually did think about doing that. I didn't because I was like in quite a bit of pain earlier, and I was just like, I didn't want to like force myself. But I do need to do more content though, for sure, in general. I think I'm actually gonna do more video uploads before the Season 5 PTR. So like, let's say the rapid fire fix is actually better. Let's just say hypothetically it's better, right? Then I might actually do a rapid fire guide for Season 4. So that will happen before the patch. 1 second left. Okay, yeah, I missed a world boss. It's all good. Also, if this barrage thing I'm thinking about doing, if that works out better than expected, then I will also update and do a barrage video guide as well. So I'll probably have those 2 videos coming out if those 2 skills work out in the long run. Keyword is if. How significant do you feel the mid-season changes would make on TB Rogue being viable Season 4? I mean, it'll be better. Like, I think like Twisted Blades would feel a lot better, and you can do inner sight and stuff. So I think the feel of Twisted Blades will go up drastically. Like, it will feel good to play up close with it now it being able to proc Umbrus. But Twisted Blades was also kind of already pretty far behind, so even with the significant buffs, it only kind of pushes it into like maybe high B tier, maybe, which isn't bad, don't get me wrong, but like when you got like builds like Rapid Fire, Andy's Rogue that's getting a pretty significant buff, and Heartseeker that didn't get nerfed or whatever, you got quite a few builds that are still that are still stronger, that are still quite a bit ahead of it. So it's like, for a player, it's like, do you really want to go that route? Or build that knowing that you would feel like you're going backwards in power? Personally, I would, because I think Twisting Blades is going to be more fun to play for sure. But like, I think most people are just looking for like a top build or a you know, A tier or S tier build, and Twisting Blades still won't be that. I need a better amulet for this build, by the way, too. Like, this is an awful amulet for Barrage. But I think this is actually, no. Those, like, that can't be the pants, is it? Fire. Wait a minute. So, okay, no, that can't be it, because I wouldn't have fire res here. So, cold res, lightning res. Okay, so yeah, so these were the shitty pants I was wearing. Has to be. Okay. All right. Well, now we gotta change our Paragon board around. Everything besides Barrage is going to be better than TV. I think honestly Barrage will still be better than TV. Like Barrage right now currently can like speed farm 100s in 3 minutes, but it's like we're talking about like combo points cold Barrage, but you have to like, obviously GG gear is required for that on Barrage, but you can do that. Twisted Blades ain't gonna get to that point. I'm actually thinking your content is good, so just go for it. I'll try. I'm not a full-time content creator, so like making videos is kind of hard sometimes, because how do I normally, if I'm working my day job, right, and I'm streaming at night, trying to find time to actually make videos is actually quite difficult to do. But yeah, and I'm also like scared or fear that like, I don't say fear, but it's like, because I don't upload often, I don't have time to really upload as much. Like if a video doesn't do well, it's like, well, there goes my free time, right? It's like I spent all my like time that I actually had to, do normal stuff, editing a video that no one cared about. So it's like, it's harder to like swallow those failures when you don't upload as often and you don't have time to upload. Sense. So like, if I was a full-time content creator, then I'd just be like, oh, well, I expect 5 videos to fail and like 1 to be successful, but you can upload often because that's what you do for a living. You can wake up and go, okay, I'm gonna make another video. Right? But I'm not in that realm yet. I'm not a full-time content creator, so I have to kind of go for things that I think people are going to be interested in versus, hey, let's try to experiment with this or that. We need to change skills. Heartseeker build will be nerfed. There it is. I was waiting for you, sir. We were waiting for you. Stream was very cool. Like it was very awkward to have a patch and not see that comment for like almost a whole 2 hours, man. Like a whole 2 hours almost went by with that. Anyhow, to answer your question, I'm not trying to be a jerk or anything. I'm sorry. No, Heartseeker did not get nerfed and will not get nerfed this season. This is just a compliment, bro. We hope you make the best of it. I mean, I think I'm just like a realist. I think the I don't. It's not that I don't have confidence per se. It's just I'm a realist. That's all. Like I'm very, like I don't like to say things that I like to say things as it is. I guess if that makes sense. Bro, my gut dropped. No, you're good, man. But the build with Andaria will be better, right? Well, I mean, the Andes build is gets better, yes. I mean, basically overall, the Andariel's buff puts it pretty much in the same realm as Heartseeker in terms of like tier. So like I would say is an S tier build in general, probably towards the bottom-ish of S tier if you look at like the overall. But I think it deserves the entry into S tier for sure now. I think it'll be a better speed farmer than Heartseeker if you're talking about like 100s or whatever. I think Andy, like a top Andy's build versus a top Heartseeker build, I think Andy's would be a little faster. But I think if you're talking about pit pushing, Heartseeker is still like maybe like 5 or 6 tiers stronger. But again, very, very few people care about the Andes or about the pushing. So I think for most players, the Andes buff is a win, like a very big win for the content that people normally play. Did your English sucks? Oh, bro, you're doing better than quite a few people in the chat. And this doesn't say anything bad about the other or like that, but yeah, I definitely can understand your English pretty well. Barrage has already cleared 120. Well, there you go. Yeah, I agree with Walk Walk. All right, well, I'll try to make more of an effort to upload more often. I'll try. There's no promises, but it can take a lot out of an individual. So I will. Wait a minute. Why do I still have code imbuement? Yo, did I have code imbuement here this entire time? Wait, what? I was playing Heartseeker yesterday. Did I never take the points off of code imbuement? Yeah, I played Heartseeker all day yesterday. Was I really running around with 3 points into cold imbuement all day yesterday? Wow. I'm bad this game, y'all. I'm bad. May Hinson was going to say good night, Doc. Like, can you explain why you put percent damage and not dot on the my build for Andorras and Maxroll? If you want me to be like 10,000% honest, Woody Joe told me to. That is the answer. That is the reason why I did it. Because when I put the build on Maxroll, I think I initially had damage over time there, and then I think Woody just basically said, "No, do damage percent." And I'm just like, okay, because like when we do builds on Maxroll, we have to review it. The other specialists or a specialist has to review the other person's build. So it's like setup or whatever like that, or whatever you're doing. So like I have to get permission or I have to go through Woody Joe when I write the guide or whatever to make sure I don't miss anything or whatever. And so like that was one of the things he told me to change. So I'm like, oh, okay. And I'm just like, okay. I was just like, doesn't bother me at all. Sure, okay, sure. We'll do percent damage, sure. Literally, that's the only reason why. So cold imbuement is good for Heartseeker. No, it means Heartseeker got nerfed. Actually, that's what happened. Like that explains why I was dying a little bit more yesterday with Heartseeker because I had 3 points in the cold imbuement, which obviously means that Heartseeker got nerfed. So there we go. We found out what happened to Heartseeker, guys. We found out Heartseeker got nerfed. I'm never gonna let this go for the rest of the season, guys. You know that, right? Like for the rest of the season, I'm gonna be pulling people's chains for the rest of the season. We're gonna figure out this mysterious Heartseeker nerf that comes in chat every stream, right? We're doing it. Today's conspiracy theory is because I had 3 points in the cold imbuement yesterday. That's exactly why it felt really awful, and the reason why Heartseeker got nerfed. Can I use Tyrael Might on the Barrage Rogue? You don't want to. You don't want to. The proc isn't worth, and the Dark Shroud ranks are just way better on it. He said, "Love you guys. Thanks, man. Appreciate it." Wade just says, we got 2 rules in my household. We don't joke about the words and we don't joke about nerd to our secret. Did I ever figure out why Dash is maxed out in Andy's build? Honestly, I just think it was just I don't know why it was. I think maybe I can't explain it. I mean, I fixed it. If you haven't noticed, like I fixed it on all the players, but I don't know why it was maxed out like that. Tyrael's my own Heartseeker? No. Remember, the proc doesn't do any damage. Keep in mind that Heartseeker is a vulnerable base build, which all your damage is coming from Victimize, right? So Victimize key passive does not scale your procs. Now, vulnerable damage does work on proc damage per se, but the key passive does nothing to buff the procs at all. It's just it's a proc of its own. A proc can't proc a proc or buff another proc in most cases. So that's why like Tyrael's Might doesn't really do anything on, let's say, like a Heartseeker Rogue or whatever. Now let's say like if you're doing like Helltides or whatever, well then everything works in Helltide. So I mean, if you want to throw Tyrael's Might in there, you can. But that's just because everything works in Helltide. That's it. Not because it is dealing good damage of any sort. It's because the mobs are just weak. That's it. Okay, I need to go look for my season 4 Barrage. I'm gonna have to change out my Paragon board a little bit, but I guess we'll do a very kind of sort of standard board for now. I'm gonna go back and like really figure some things out, but for the sake of time and not have you guys in chat just looking at a Paragon board for an hour, I think we're gonna make this easy. I think someone mentioned about it percent damage double dipping. It does double dip. It does. I don't think the difference between like percent damage and damage over time is really that big of a difference. Then again, like I'm probably not the person to really ask more so about it because I haven't really been able to like test it myself. I still don't have Andar Heals Helm. So I'm literally only going by like what I know based off of what I've seen and also just the obvious theory craft and the numbers or whatever of what works and what doesn't. And obviously going back and forth with Wudijo and talking about it, but that's really it. I'm about to start a character. Anything to help get past 30 levels fast, or should just redo campaign? You should do Helltide. Relax. Literally just do Helltide. Helltide will get you straight real quick. Armada, what's going on? I need 2 aspects boosted, hulking and reanimation. Anyone know what items to craft to get them? It's actually a good question. Shane Connor, what's going on, man? Will Twisting Blaze Rogue be valuable again? I mean, I think it jumps up a tier, like 1 tier, unless like something gets bugged, in like a good way. I think it jumps up like a tier and a half or whatever. I think the biggest change is just how it's gonna feel. I think that's the part that I think people maybe underestimate. Is how the build is going to feel to play. Because now you have actually, how do I want to do this board really? Yeah, let's do this. We'll go this way and we'll go out that way. We'll put something here. But yeah, so the biggest, most important change for Twisting Blaze, honestly, is the fact that it can proc Umbrus now. That's a massive change in a good way. So we got Candy here, right? I don't want Ranger. So we could do Snare. Or I kind of want to get the bonuses around here, honestly. But I also don't want to spend many points. So maybe we'll just put Exploit here and just call it. I really don't care about that part. What we got here to exploit. Took that. Really? Is it that many strength nodes that I needed? Can't be. I don't remember taking that many before, unless I like took a really weird path. 2, 3. I guess so. Dex there because we got strength, and the damage versus slow enemies is quite necessary. So I'll be playing real close with Barrage. We'll see if I can survive. Let's go. No witness. I think I had efficacy here. I think diminish is way better alternative there. Yeah, let's take diminish. But yeah, I don't have to go down here for any of this here. So we also strength too. Guess I can just remove that. I'm not trying to perfect this. I'm just trying to get it good enough. All right. Tricks of the trade. Now tricks of the trade is extremely important. So I definitely need to take this now. So, I actually might just take 5 glyphs instead of 6. Broiler, what's going on, man? Yo, Broiler, so I think I will be making the druid for sure now. I'm gonna need an Andy's helm though, but like I'm more interested in Windseeker now. Actually, how is the druid stuff? Said Tom or to said to my boys? To my boy, okay. So Heartseeker will get nerfed? Sure. Sure. Why not? Why not? Why not? Why not Heartseeker get nerfed, you know? Why not? Happy druid noises. Druids on Reddit didn't seem too happy about the fadge. But no, to my boys, to my boy, yeah, Heartseeker is fine. They didn't touch it. Normally I would do Ranger here, but I don't want to do that. Maybe no, Snare. It's like a control and combat 2 plays. Honestly, don't even know what I want here. We'll just come all down here and then figure it out. I don't have too many points left, so I don't know if I can do. All right, pick up tricks of the trade and still do 6 boards or 6 glyphs. So I got to figure out like. This is a terrible board for But we can probably do. Let's just do control. Um, just out of curiosity, can I make this kind of work? Intel is very bad on this board. Awful on this board in terms of like efficiency. Uh, 15. So there's only this over here, so I can go up a lot of the amount and then go this way, I guess. This is not efficient at all. Go around here to take. Actually, I really want to go down this way because I would have wanted to pick up this since I'll be real close to him now. Get some damage reduction. But I don't think that's gonna happen. Not without me like sitting down and like really thinking about the Paragon board again. So we only have 86 points left, and we still gotta do Eldritch Bounty. Actually, no, I can't do that. I might not be able to get the exploit weakness doing it this route. I can't take no. I can't take the no. I can't just not take the no witness board either. Man, this is gonna be rough. Why not Heartseeker? I keep looking at Shear's dagger with full life on hit. Like life, lucky hit chance to take me off of this route. Well, for one, you can't really proc it with Heartseeker. You have to proc it with like Shadow Step or Dash to be able to get the buff for Shear's. But the Shear's gives you like what, maybe 2 breakpoints, possibly 3, just depending on where you are in your breakpoint list. So you might be able to garnish like 14 to 20% more damage just with a breakpoint, reaching the additional breakpoints, if that. But you lose about 70 to 80% damage. So like you're gonna gain a maximum of maybe 20-ish% more damage with, you know, reaching, you know, the additional breakpoints, but you're losing your vulnerable tempers, you're losing your tempers, you're losing your vulnerable damage, you're losing the aspect, you're losing way more than you gain with that dagger. Yeah, I'm a fan of your Heartseeker build. Is there anything more fun that's viable? Well, I don't know what you find fun. So that's almost an impossible question to answer for you because I legit don't know what you find fun. However, I will say that there are other good builds out there. Specifically Heartseeker. Sorry. Andy's Puncture Rogue is also a very fun, newer-ish build that's in the scene. Zario actually created it in season 2, or whatnot, and he's been doing it for some time. But it's, you know, really good this season, and it's gonna be better with the next patch. So like, if you want something else that's also fun to play, I'd probably recommend that. Yeah. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to get all the things I want to get here. I guess we'll try. We'll try, but I do not think I'll have enough points. Well, that says Druid is improved, but outside of Pulverize. Oh yeah, I heard Pulverize was actually pretty good. Says as far as interclass parity improved, but we still be at the bottom of the barrel. Yeah, well, I mean, I think right now, things that are considered strong, you know, strong or whatever, are more so things that are, well, bugged, and you know, quite a bit out of, you know, performing better than I guess it's supposed to because of the bugs. So I guess, you know, druids are basically the more ethical class at the moment, and that's hurting them because of that. Okay, so I'm gonna actually put combat here for now until I can figure out a better thing. Actually, no, let's do this. Where's snare? Snare is here because it's also intel, yeah. So wait, why can't I put it there? Oh, I didn't click the slot. Silly me. It's also not the most efficient to try to get down here, but it's still like let's do it this way. That's fine for now. All right, so I got exploit weakness, and the thing about it is that I'm not gonna be able to get enough. Like, I have the points to be able to get this glyph and that, unless I choose to go less points here. Like I don't max out, like let's say the combat glyph here or something, which I guess wouldn't be that terrible considering that this is a bigger buff. So let's see what that does though. Also, let's see how many he's got here. Yeah, these are all intel. Actually, no, I might be able to. I might be able to. 29. It's so inefficient. It's so inefficient to take all these points over here, man. It sucks. But it kind of is what it is. All right. Maybe we get. I think we got it. I'm missing something. There's no way I have this many points left over, and I'm like, ain't no way. Something missing. I know I'm missing something. Ain't no way I was able to connect all those. I don't believe it. Ain't no way that I somehow became more efficient with kind of randomly putting things together. Ain't no way. I know I'm missing something. I got that. I got that. I got that. Okay, I don't care about that. I did pick up that. That's important. We got, bro, what am I missing? Okay, I picked up that. I picked up this. I mean, I guess I did okay. I don't know. Oh, I forgot this over here. And I do need this. Okay. Okay, I guess we actually did okay. Snare, diminish, control, canny, combat, exploit. I can always change snare for something else, but I do kind of like the cow trap. The fat cow traps. Yeah, because Heartseeker is too sweet to get nerfed. We were voting and demolish Blizzard. Is it patch live? No, it will be live on Monday, I think. I love this song, by the way. Miss Lonitas, is that how I say it? Yo, Dabbit, thanks for the effort you put into the D4 community. Which stat would you prefer to be maxed for on the Harley Quinn crest? Generally, health, maximum life generally is a really good one. Cooldown reduction is actually not bad either. It kind of sort of depends on the build, but if you can get either one of those, it's fine. I prefer the max health over the cooldown reduction, but I think cooldown reduction is a very good second, in my opinion. But it also depends on the build you're playing. I think makes a pretty big difference there. Okay, so I think we did it. I think this is mostly board here. Got 1, 2, 3. I don't think I had. Wait, am I capped and everything? Oof, I am not. Oh, that's right. We did change the boots. This setup too as well. So we do have different boots. So we did. Yep, this is the one we changed to. Okay. Got days, frostbitten. Is skills? Is that what I had here? Okay. Maybe we'll leave it at that. Got retribution, big speed, punch there. I might have to find a better way to proc vulnerable though, so I might have to give up something. Because now I have blade shifts and not puncture. That might be a little rough. Because then I'm relying on exploit and I'm also relying on cold imbuement, which cold imbuement is not bad, but what class am I reworking? Oh no, this is I'm trying to we'll go back to Barrage for a little bit. Man, actually my attack power went down drastically compared to what it was on her. Not that it matters, but it's just kind of crazy to see it like that. What are my resistances? I should be capped now. Yeah, I'm capped now. Okay, so there's remove that for that. Make sure I don't change that. We're going to do this. Actually, wait a minute. Let's fight a barrage. It's for her. I should have more ranks into this, right? No? Yeah, why do I only have 11? There we go, 14. And I know it's like quite a bit more. Okay, so I only need 2 points there. No, okay, I guess I'm maxed out. 14 makes sense, I think, because I do 5, and I get 4 from. Okay, this is 9. I get 5 from the. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Put 2 points there. Okay, no, I think that's good. I'm pretty sure I'm missing something because every time you like change out a build or you do something a little different, like there's always something that's missing, something that's like major, and then you'd be like, why is it not working? And then you're just like, oh yeah, I forgot the very important thing. Okay. let's go into whatchamacallit, just to make sure my controls, I can play this right. Because this is so different. Why not puncture? Well, so the idea is this. I did some testing yesterday, and the biggest thing that Barrage suffers with is single target, like the hurt box of an enemy or a boss. So I had a thought that what if I was to shift inside of the enemy, right? Because if I shift inside of the enemy with Blaze Shift, like, like literally be able to walk through an enemy, I should be able to have a better hurt box to hit with because I'm inside the mob. And so I put that theory to a test, and it actually works out that way. So like, it's not perfect by any means, but it's definitely better to get inside before shooting your barrage. So like, more of your arrows actually hit on a target or whatever like that, the closer you are. Like if you're inside the mob versus kind of being right next to it, if that makes sense. So the reality is that kind of solves some of Barrage's issue, kind of, sort of, in terms of single target. But yeah, so that's kind of what we're messing with today. Bright Avian, what's going on, man? Run a riff without done. Yeah, but that's what we're gonna be messing with today. I do realize that my resource regen is horrid right now, though, because I attack faster now, and we're gonna have to figure this out too. I think we might have to get rid of this. Some points into this. Actually, points into both, really. Oof. What do I change and trade out? I kind of like Siphon Strikes though. Alright. Yeah, well, there goes my energy regen. Okay, so I guess that fixes that part. All right, let's go back to... I kind of wish I had daggers instead of swords, but I don't have the gear to make that change. Is Lucky a chance to immobilize in the pants decent? I mean, it doesn't really do anything for you other than like boss stagger, right? But stun and freeze are definitely the more important ones because they actually contribute to more damage in some way, shape, or form. I think we'll stick with this as a baseline and then make adjustments. Also, too, my gear is kind of not masterworked and stuff, so bear with me as I'm continuing to build this for a bit. So don't expect anything too amazing, given the gear that I currently have. But this should be interesting to try. What do you think about the buff to Andorials? Good. I think the buff to Andario would make, and I think Andarios. Well, it gives you quite a few other options too as well. You can technically do it with Heartseeker now, given the way that they changed how it mechanically works in terms of like on the mobs or whatever, which is quite interesting. But for like the normal way of playing it, it's Speed wise, I think it'll end up being slightly better than Heartseeker, like speed farming pits or whatnot. But in terms of pushing, Heartseeker is still ahead by maybe about 5 or 6 tiers. So I guess all really just really depends on what you care about at the end of the day. I think for most players, I mean, they'll be speed farming, right? So so for speed farmers, the Andorio's buff is definitely a huge W there. Twisting Blaze, yay or nay? It moves up by like a tier and a half. I think the biggest buff to Twisting Blaze actually really isn't the damage, but more so that Umbrus now actually works with melee skills. I think that's a big W. I think I might remove Smoke Grenade, to be honest with you, and go with the Shadow Step. Umbrus proccing on any crit is huge. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, so important for like melee builds. Got me playing with one hand. You got crit chance on the roll on cooldown. Yeah, no, that's fine. I mean, if you get cooldown reduction, that's also good. I mean, that's means, you know, more dashes, more shadow steps or whatnot. So I mean, it's still good too. I guess like the life is really good just because, of course, I mean, it's already a high base value on the Shaco, so getting it master work is just, it's kind of nice for our Seeker build that doesn't really too much care for cooldown reduction as much. So that's why. Yeah, I'm getting beat up here. While I was doing something in this Barrage Rogue, you said you wonder what it was. Was he streaming or? I guess vulnerable is fine since your Barrage applies vulnerable. It does, but it's on every third hit though. Right, so I mean, I guess it's okay. I guess it's okay. I guess you're right. It is okay. I just gotta get used to these controls, man. Like, I am not accustomed to like force move type stuff, especially on the combo point build. Was it looking good for the new patch? I mean, it's okay. Andy's just happened to be like the biggest talk because of what it does for a build that we already play, right? I still have my Verdant out on the rapid fire ring changes or whatever. I'm very interested to test that first. I'm hoping it feels better overall. I think that the 25% increase area, I'm hoping that's significant enough to, like, you know, really feel it. It might be, maybe. If it's anything like Snare, it might be. But we'll see. I wonder if I have enough toughness, at least on my current setup, to play this as close as I'm playing it on a Barrage. Like, I think I might have to build a little bit tougher, honestly. I know that probably sounds weird hearing me say that, but yes. And he's getting nerfed. No, buff, got buffed. Mechanically and damage wise, it got buffed. I guess that just stands there. Yeah, we'll finish out this hell tie and then we'll do some pit. I can kind of get an gauge kind of where I am with this setup, with my gear level at the same time, and can I survive? It's a big deal there, because my single target damage should be a bit more noticeable. But because I am that up close or whatever, can I really like survive? Is gonna be the question. Especially since, like, at least for now, like on Monday when Blaze Shift can actually proc Umbrus, I think I might it'll feel a little better. But because only Barrage does right now, I might feel that drop off a little bit. Follow-up question for Heartseeker build: is mat life or cooldown more of a priority stat? Honestly, I would take the max life over the cooldown. The cooldown is really good too, though. Like, I don't think it's one of those things where you should kind of remaster work a ton just to get a bunch of like max life or whatever. Like, if you get more cooldown than max life or whatever, that's totally fine. What aspect would I replace for Doombringer in this build? I wouldn't even run Doombringer in this build at all. I don't think the toughness that you gain outweighs the amount of damage you lose in most rogue builds. I put it that way. Yeah, I mean, you're basically trading out a lot of damage for a lot of toughness. So, you know, and maybe you might value that. Maybe you play hardcore, and that's the case. Then, you know, sure, you can, right? But I can't find anything to kill. Everything's just like dying so quickly. I only have like how much time left? I haven't grabbed a single chest yet. Okay, all right, let's go for that one. Wrong buttons. I gotta get used to force move, guys. I'm so bad with force move. Any build about to get better with the patch? Oh, absolutely, absolutely. It's probably like one of the biggest talks about the patch, honestly. Will the Doombringer damage buff change that at all? No. Because proc-based buffs aren't really that great on Rogue, outside of Andy's, to be honest. But no, it won't. Rogues just don't really do a good job of like taking advantage of like stuff like that. So the 100%, like 100% of like, you know, a little bit is still like not great. I know you see the big number of 100% more. That must be really, really big, but on a rogue, not really. This build looks fun to play. How's it in Pit 100? I have no idea yet. I literally just finished kind of putting this on again, and my gear is like really like not masterwork and scuffed. So for me, I'm not gonna be able to do 100's efficiency yet or efficiently yet, but there is someone, I think, Elena, Elinda, something like that. He or she is actually doing 3-minute 100s with Barrage. So, but that person is maxed out gear. It's not the same version I'm doing right now, but it's pretty close. So I know the potential is there, and I think this setup should be a teeny bit stronger because I can actually do better single target damage here, but I just don't have the gear to kind of like show it off quite yet. Not yet. Is it wait? Is it? Bye. If we don't see each other again today, good day, good evening, and good night. Depends on where you are. You have a good one. Did mid-season patch nerf Heartseeker at all? No. I just had Doombringer drop today. Is there a rogue class that benefits from it? Not really. No. I mean, hold on to it, but yeah, nah. Okay. Let's just start with 80. We're gonna play it safe right now until I get used to playing the build. Start with 80. Word of what's going on. So you got to get your Andy gear right now? Yeah, sure. Armani says, oh yeah, Necro, one hand scythe, 3 stars, and max life, crit damage now. Not for the tempering. Good luck, man. Okay, that was totally my fault because I pushed all the wrong buttons. All the wrong buttons. Jeez, that hurt. There we go. I was having a hard time killing there. Oof. Yeah. My damage reduction is not... Oh, also my gear is broken. I guess we'll do a redo. Let me make sure I'm like res cap. I should be. If I got the Umbrus change we've been glimmering for. Yeah, that also will help doing what I'm doing right now. It's kind of hard to proc Umbrus until I shoot Barrage. So until then, like until I get the initial Umbrus up, like I'm taking a lot of damage because my Blade Shift isn't proccing Umbrus at all until Barrage happens. So I got to be careful how I approach the beginning of it because I have no Dark Shrouds up at all. For 15.6 billion, jeez, he's nice. I gotta get used to this. This is hard mechanically. I never use force move, but you kind of have to. So I'm like playing all wrong. And I'm getting blown up a lot because of it.
I need more time.
Yeah. Gosh, how do I get Dark Shroud up before I get mauled? That's the question. Because I'm gonna get mauled every time until Dark Shroud is up. I could. Nah, I guess I can't do that either. I think I'm gonna have to wait till Monday before I play this. Yeah, I might have to wait till Monday before I can play this. Cause like with 0 Dark Shrouds up, like 1 or 2 hits, I'm dead. Especially versus snakes. And it's only an 80. That's the terrible part. You see why they made the change to Dark Shroud like they did? Or the Umbrus like they did? Alright. How can I not? Transfer ranks to Blaze Ship will help me? No. Because it ain't the damage. I just can't proc I can't proc Umbrus before I get mauled. Generally speaking, if I do like let's say puncture of like that, then I can do that, sure. Because I'm proccing Umbrus as I'm shooting puncture, but I don't when I do Blade Dancer or Blade Shift. I will on Monday, but right now I can't. So like against a mob type like snakes, I'm like oof. That hurts. He said because you have 4 GA. No, I actually do have a good Blaze Shift GA pants actually. But like this is a combo point precision, so your basic attack damage doesn't matter at all. In fact, I actually don't want Blaze Shift damage there because that would just only hurt other stats I can get. I think Barrage will be better with the new update. I think I can run with Blaze Shift with the new update. I kind of can't do it now. I don't proc Umbrus enough without the without the update. So I might have to actually shelf this until Monday, unfortunately. Like you said, like I actually the single target idea works well. But I can't survive in an 80 because I cannot proc Umbrus well enough to survive. I was trying to sell a single target by running shadow clone. Oh well, of course that doesn't work. Shadow clones is horrible. What's your core skill for the Blaze Shift build? It's just Blaze Shift by itself. Hey Docs, I got the 3 GA sword, life dex vulnerable. Want to sell it? I don't know if I have it. Did I ever say I had it? So your thoughts on Tyrael, Doombringer, and Darius becoming meta at the Maxroll Rogue? All that's not going to be meta for Rogue. Tyrael is definitely not going to be meta for Rogue. Doombringer is not going to be meta for Rogue. And Dario's Visage, I mean, Andy's was already a good build. Andy's Flurry was already a good build. Puncture was already a good build. It just becomes better. Right. But yeah, I mean, so yeah, so Andy's gets stronger, but like if we're talking about pit pushing, Heartseeker is still like 5 or 6 tiers ahead of Andy's. But Andy's is probably would be the better speed farmer probably by a little bit for pit speed farm. If I need the sword, that's not gonna make a difference. I promise you. It's all about being able to proc Dark Shroud, which is so annoying. I thought I'd be able to get by with siphoning strikes enough until Barrage actually casts, but man, it just depends on the mob type. Any build is anywhere near the Heartseeker power. With the new patch, yes. You say Arrow Storms too as well. Arrow Storms is it? You say Rain of Arrows. Oh no, Rain of Arrows it's still crap at the patch. What Uber am I going to use for Blaze Shift? I mean, Blaze Shift is basically more of a or more of a spin-off of just like traditional Heartseeker. What I'm doing right now is more of a Barrage build, but using Blaze Shift as the basic attack for gaining combo points or whatever. It's an attempt to be able to help out with the with single target, being able to like shift into a mob, so the hurt box isn't affected, or your barrage arrows isn't as effective by the small hurt box or whatever. So if you're inside the mob, you can actually hit more arrows with your barrage than if you were not inside the mob, if that makes sense. So that's the ongoing thing. I do have another way to kind of test this to play around with, but that means I can't use Tricks to the Trade then. So we technically can go Puncture, but I have to change up what I'm doing though. So I can't go Tricks to the Trade anymore. How many points is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11. I guess I could go that route, but just armor at that point though, because I did take something here. You know what? We'll leave it there. I guess it won't hurt. But yeah, so let's say I do Puncture. Now it means I have to take a different aspect. I can kind of do Ghost Walkers and kind of achieve the same thing, but I didn't really want to do an aspect for that. Like I have to rely on Shadow Step to proc it though. Yeah, I just started using Heartseeker. This build is fire. It's fun. It's nice. So you're just gonna run a Blizzcon without a core skill, right? Well, on my other build, yes. On this one, no. They need to increase the drop rates on Uber Uniques. They kind of have though. Like it's definitely been it's been considerably better this season than it was in previous seasons. But there really isn't much gatekeeping right now in terms of Uber Uniques are concerned. I mean, Andy's is really the only one that's pretty significant. Grandfather or Barbarian, I guess. But like most builds generally don't really necessarily need Uber Uniques. I guess Tyrio's, well, I guess for Barb, probably more so than the other classes, but like on a Rogue, honestly, it's just Andy's. And that's just one build. Guide thoughts on Devious over Ranger and your traditional Heartseeker. Paragon board damage multiplier and more vulnerable damage instead of the defensive multiplier. You can just I guess that Devious doesn't really work on bosses, and that tends to take longer than other parts of the pit, sort of. So, but I mean, you can, yeah, you can go Devious. I go snare on mine, so I can get the size. Do you need to redrop the new Ubers for a new patch? No, I doubt it. Seriously doubt it. All right, we're gonna try this. See how I feel about this. To me, they're showing more rogues to other classes in the shop than the rogue. I actually kind of like the rogue stuff, in the shop, to be honest. Some of it. I do think like the Druid stuff looks really cool though. Not gonna lie. Ow. Killed by a skeleton. Embarrassing. I might have to play this pretty traditional until Monday. Umbris is just way too important. So I can't do it with Blaze Shift either, so. We might get runes again. I guess it could be a possibility in the expansion. Like Ghostwalkers isn't up enough for me to take advantage of the walkthrough. I really need Blaze Shift for that. I'm gonna have to wait till Monday. So what's best for Andorras now? Damage percent, then damage to crowd control. I mean, yeah, pretty much. Damage to crowd control is important because of close quarters combat, right? And then the damage percent double dips for poison or dots in general. So yeah, see exactly. See if I can get Blaze Shift to do that. I'm at to literally just wait for Monday, man. So annoying. But all right, long range Endurance would be nice. I think I'm actually gonna do that. I'm actually give it a shot. It's gonna be a little weaker than like Puncture version or whatever, but like the quality of life actually might kind of be nice for those who might prefer playing it that way. But do you think you would change Rogue for new class? I'll try new class, but I doubt I would main it over Rogue though. I don't ever see myself kind of like making the full switch, I guess. All right, let's play it kind of traditional. I'm a little disappointed that I can't play it the way I want to, but I guess again, Monday isn't too far away, I guess. I ever tried the Andirio's Vicious Rogue build from Moody Joan? Like from Moody Joan? But for one, I don't really have an Andario sound, so I can't even do it, even if I wanted to. But like traditionally, I like to make sure I give credit where it's due. And like Exario was the one who created that build, like a couple of seasons ago. So he's like the creator. I think everyone has like kind of their own variations or whatever, but like he's the creator of the build. If you like really want to see like how far or like the strength of that build, I will go watch what he's doing. No offense to Woody by any means, but cause I mean Woody's playing hardcore, so obviously he's gonna play it more safe. But like to see like a really like pimped out version of it, someone who's been doing it for most of the season, I will go check out what Zario's doing. Wario, what's going on, man? What's going on? Was Zario the original? Yeah, he was. Yeah, that's why like if you read, also Wario with the sub, appreciate you, man. 16 months in a row, appreciate you, man. But yeah, if you notice on the Maxroll guide, like if you look at the Maxroll Andy's puncture guide that I did on Maxroll, I give credit to Zario like multiple times in the guide itself. Ball harder with the prime. What is happening? Appreciate you. What do I want to put here though? I guess we can do. Let's actually do let's do might. And we'll do frostbitten here. Because I can't use ghost walkers. I am really sad that I can't like do what I want to do. I really am. Not until Monday. Alright. We'll play this more traditionally, I guess. Let's go to 90. Got any sparks? I have 2. I'll probably do some Uber farming tomorrow, like some tormented like farming, like with the chat tomorrow to see if I can snag me one, snag me some more sparks, I guess. Actually, yeah, Wario, what you been up to, man? What you been? I don't really see you like streaming much anymore. Of course, I don't think you really play any more D40. Are you still playing D3 at all, or? You holding out for season 5? I mean, season 4 is pretty good, man. Like, if there's any time to play D4, like this season is like the season to play, or should get your feet wet with it again, I guess. Season 5, you'll be sure. Oh, okay, I see. I got you. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Bruno, what's going on? How's it going? How happy are you about the changes to Umbrus? Very. I can't even play the way I want to play with Barrage right now until until that Umbrus change goes through. I tried earlier, and unfortunately, my idea with it for better single target damage is just not going to work until the Umbrus change happens. So I can play Blaze Shift with this. At least I'll be able to play Shank Rogue as well on Monday, which would be kind of cool. He's hurting to come back for season 4, but we're just staying strong. Are you gonna try the PTR for season 5? I don't care about Barb, but I just hate the Sork and Drew with at least touched. Yeah, Sork, the Sork stuff seemed very disappointing, honestly, when I was looking at it. They buffed the already like broken bug shatter, right? And then they didn't really do anything else for the class. So like the Sork stuff felt like they didn't get anything at all, is what it feels like. In my opinion, what's the best class in the build? Probably Barbarian. Anything that Barbarian does is practically the best. Are you trying to figure out what to play? Is that what you're asking? What I mean by the best, I mean like in terms of pit pushing. Like every class can do everything literally really well in the game. Is there some Blaze Rogue viable? It'll be better next patch. Oh, you're kidding me? The amount of CC. That was kind of rough. Zara is always on that Elon Musk type of build, guys, like a mathematician. So honest thoughts on the state of D4 at the moment. In my opinion, I think the game like just got a beta. Like I think we're in Diablo 4 1.0 basically at the moment. But it's like it's good that they did what they did, because like they needed time to be able to make the changes that they did, because the previous leaders or whatever, like dev team, like the leads or whatever, were very toxic and kind of ran the ground, and also like the team and morale into the ground all the way up until they got fired a year and a half before the game released. So the new team, the new leads of the game, had to kind of fix morale, and then didn't have the time or chance to fix systems they thought that were broken, that they didn't like. So of course, obviously, the game released half baked and no end game, and itemization being terrible. And all the new team could do, all the new devs could do, was just make sure that it's polished enough for release. So behind the scenes, they've been working on this itemization for quite some time. It just takes a while to kind of fix systems like that, but you can't fix a bunch of systems in a year and a half as the new lead or whatever. So season 4 right now is kind of where we're getting the philosophy and the ideas that the lead devs kind of want to do, if that makes sense. So like now we're kind of getting, okay, this is what their vision is, not the previous leaders that the game had to ship with, per se, the ideas, but now we're actually getting the current team's vision. And so it starts with season 4. And if this is the way that they are looking at the game and going forward, then I think Diablo 4 is going to be in a good place continuing from this point forward. It just sucks that the game had to be released the way it was, and the new team couldn't do anything about it because, well, a year and a half before the game releases, you can't do anything but bug fix. You have to polish. You don't have a choice. So I think season 4 is a great start to that. There's still problems, don't get me wrong, but I think season 4 is a definite turnaround for the game. So I'm actually pretty excited for what's to come if they continue to go down this route. I play all rogue and necro. I have no interest in injury, so you want to play a strong build? Yeah. Well, anything barbarian, just play barb. Barb is where you want to be then. Oof, that hurt. Yeah, but I think before then, though, all they really could do is just kind of put out something until they were ready to kind of come out with this big change or whatever. So they were just kind of polishing a turd, basically, until season 4. But you could tell, though, like the dev team seemed way more excited to talk about season 4 and the itemization changes than before. They were so willing to talk to wear damage on Tuesday shirts or whatever and agree with us on how bad the itemization was. Why? Well, they never created it, right? If they were the ones who created it, they wouldn't be so willing to sit there and pick on the system that they created, right? But yeah, anyhow, but yeah, that's kind of where it is right now. So I think going forward, I think it's in a pretty good place. But it was rough before then, though. Obviously, it was really rough. I cannot hit the mobs. There we go. What is happening? It's gonna come up, yeah. I guess it has like a similar trajectory of Diablo 3, if that makes sense. How Diablo 3 kind of had this, very interesting launch, I guess you could say. And then they came out with Loot 2.0 before ROS, and like that really made really good progress and strides to the game. And then of course the expansion came out, and then that's when the game like got better and all that stuff. The Maxroll tier list reread left to right, top to bottom. Pretty sure it's left to right. Bro, die. There we go. Actually, I might pick up a different glyph for this. Every Diablo Lux has been shit. But today's time, we don't have 10 years for a game to be good anymore. Fair. Definitely fair, yeah. Why are you still alive? There we go. Relique, what's going on? Could you see a range AV build that could rival Flurry puncture? I love the dot play style, but not the puncture part. You can, like, next patch, you will be able to, you can actually play it with Heartseeker. You can do a Heartseeker and Dario's next patch. Will it be like as good as puncture? No, but like the difference is like maybe 20-25% less efficient than puncture, which isn't really that much. So yeah, sure, you can. You can definitely do a Heartseeker variation of that. This build on Maxroll? Technically, yeah, it is. Guess my gear is quite awful right now, so like I can't do as much as I would like to be able to do. But yeah. Like this is like some thrift shop gear for the most part. So probably gonna try that then. I probably will too, Essie. I'm probably gonna do the same thing. Hawaiian Beef, you appreciate the follow. Is it you pre-ordered the expansion? Oops. Yeah. Appreciate the follow. I kind of want to pull these guys instead of like trying to shotgun them all the time. Because my ricochet arrows actually does more damage than my original arrow does. So I kind of want to at least be in the back of this, not the front. Let's see. The poison is so annoyingly overturned. You mean like from the mobs? Yeah. What if that hurt her? Gotta get PvP Robin. I don't PvP, so I have no idea. Anywhere season 5 is going to be a step back because of the odd season theme has been bad so far. I mean, that's kind of a theory that I think we've all joked about, but like no one ever really took seriously. In the sense of like, sure, you can, you know, kind of make that theory, but the reality is that that isn't really the case. Season 2 just had more help from different teams or whatever than like season 3 did. So I guess the lining up of additional players trying to, you know, helping out, or different devs helping out to make the boss ladders and stuff like that was a whole different team than the team that actually did the season 2 like theme itself. That's why season 2 seemed to have gotten more content, because there was more going on and more help for that season. And think about it this way, like season 4, we don't even have a theme. It's more of a Loot Reborn, and that's all hands on deck, right, from everyone to make this happen. Season 5 will be better because the piss basically beta tests all the damage bugs so far. That's fair too. That's fair. Well, at least this season has a strong 2 range build. I've seen the Oxide without a range build for a few seasons. I know. Yeah. Yeah. We out here now, right? All right. What can I do to make this better without just additional master working? Because right now, honestly, really, it's just better master working. It's kind of what I need. Especially the amulet. The amulet's my amulet is horrible. It's so bad. Let's go share misery here. And then we're gonna remove what would I want to put here though? I guess we could do. I actually don't want to do Ranger, honestly. This Devious would be okay, but Devious is Dex. I have to change all of this to make that work. I have to change points here to make that work. $25. That works. 40. So that will give me actually quite a bit more damage reduction to slowed. So we'll do that, and then we'll put exploit here, but I have to figure all this out again. Oof. I think strength is up here, isn't it? Yep. That's crazy. All right, so we got 1 strength. Two and 10 strength there. $24. Wow, really? It's also a lot of points I actually end up. That's actually pretty inefficient. Yeah, because there's no strength this way. Let's try to fix this to see if that works out. So it gives me 29. Okay. So I don't have to go this way. That saves me quite a bit of points to go that way, to do it that way. Okay. That works. Now we can go back and put these points back here. 5 points to play around with. The Sonda. We'll come back to like maximize this, but I mean most of this doesn't really matter. But we'll just do that for now. Just need some polishing in D4 would be crap. Oh yeah, I mean it'll take some it'll take a little bit of time, but I do feel good about the the direction that the current team is going, and I'm happy that they can finally get to do what they want to do with the game, like have the time to actually do what they want to do. Because nothing really sucks more than like having to clean up someone else's mess, but no one knows that there was a mess to begin with. So like obviously you're on the forefront, and therefore you're responsible for anything that anyone is saying about you, right? Or saying about the game, because no one knows that a lot of things that happened really wasn't your fault. You didn't preside over that time frame of the game development, right? So but yeah, Twisting Blades can be fun to play. Yeah, I mean, so Twisting Blades won't be like you'll still have like Heartseeker, Andes, so Heartseeker, Andes, Rapid Fire, Pen Shot, Barrage will all still be like stronger or whatnot. But Twisting Blades will be in a better place. Like it'd be like B+ tier, I guess you could say. Certainly won't be season 1 TB. Oh yeah, well obviously, you know, they're not bringing back any of the bugs anymore for TV. Hi bro, I'm using any guy has one question. Why do we need a bit of crit chance in this build? Because you have to proc Umbrus to stay alive, and that's important to stay alive. Can we merge new Andoriel's Vicious Poison with Heartseeker build? But not the build, no. But you can play Heartseeker with Andoriel's setup. It won't be as good as Puncture, but it'll still be good. But no, you can't just throw the Andes Helm and the traditional Heartseeker victimized build and expect for it to function well. It won't do that. This Share Misery actually forgot I didn't have it on the build, but it feels really good with Share Misery. It's like just like most builds do actually. Wow, that poison damage. Wow, I did not see that explosion behind me. Is it in the rec buff of Windshear? Oh yeah, I'm actually looking forward to playing a Windshear Druid with that change, believe it or not.
To recharge.
This wasn't too bad actually of a run. Did they buff Heartseeker? No. Not directly, no. You want to see them bring back the cube? Those side arrows. So Uber Uniques are still useless for Heartseeker? I mean, yeah, but I mean, I don't really see that as a problem. You know, imagine if you needed 4 Uber Uniques, that would be rough, right? Like, do you want to really be gate kept by many Uber Uniques for a build? I like the fact that like some builds can be great or operational without them. In my opinion. Constant didn't do anything to imbues. I mean the imbues. I mean imbues are fine actually. I guess that you have to understand that the victimized builds are more based on like double dipping and stuff, and there's more double dipping that goes on without imbues. I would say not more, but because basic attack like Heartseeker makes does better with victimized, that you just can't imbue a basic attack. But it doesn't mean that imbues are bad. Poison imbue is still really good in certain circumstances. Cold imbue is like godlike for combo point builds. Shadow imbue could actually use a little bit of love, to be honest with you, but I think honestly that's really about it. I think Shadow and Beam will actually be. I actually would like Shadow and Beam to get buffed by precision. Currently, it doesn't. I think that's kind of part of the problem for like, precision-based builds. It's just from Heartseeker to Heartseeker from Windshield because it's such a bore. I like the idea of like gathering a bunch of things like as you're kiting and stuff like that with Windshare. I find that a little fun. How old am I? 39. So I got a mix of my childhood jams in here, as you can tell. I look 27. I get that a lot. I still get carded when I go out. It's okay, gamers. Maturity's peak at 14, age 14. That's what your wife says. I'm getting better with playing the build, I guess, now. At least for where my gear level is, I guess you could say. Like, I can't just full Rambo it right now. The devious change actually, I think, helped a ton. Whoops. I was trying to change the slide of the skill totally messed that up real bad. Yeah, I'm getting to something a little closer to what I like. Especially smoke grenade. I kind of like having it back. So many of my arrows are missing. Blaze just gonna fix that on Monday. Shimmers is too good. It is. Heartseeker is it better to put Topaz or Sapphire and Webs? It does not make an actual difference, to be honest. Tier 90 is more than viable in your opinion. Around 60 to 180 should be where viability is assessed. Tier 100 or bust attitude to viability isn't healthy for the game. I actually agree with you, Chris Cruz. I 100% agree with you. And the funny thing about it is it sucks for a content creator because content creators are forced to have to play into that mindset. Like you don't have a choice. What pit tier do you, or would you think Barrage could push max? From when I heard someone do a 120 with it, so which is really good for Barrage. It says Sapphires unless you're 1500% vulnerable or 1500 plus vulnerable damage without them. Yeah, I mean basically like once you're min max, I mean Topazes are worth like not even 1% more damage than Sapphires. But if you're min maxing and you want that, you know, less than 1% damage because you're trying to min max, sure. But no human being is going to notice the difference, like the actual difference of that. Meanwhile, you're struggling with 100. Well, I mean, that's like someone fishing though. When people ask about, hey, what build, how high can a build push? You know, we're talking about like you're spending like 16 hours on one clear at the highest end. Like that's what we're talking about. Like no one's like putting in one like 3 runestones on like a 140 and doing it on the first try. On like, you know, at its top end viability. Like no. So when someone says how high can something do, then I'm just assuming, oh, you must mean like maxed out gear, someone like fishing 100 like 200-300 times for like the right boss or whatever. Well then yeah, at that point 120, right? You see what I'm saying? Like, but no one here is gonna be doing that. Like I would say maybe 10 to 15 people are probably actively pushing in Diablo 4 and like pushing rifts like on like a regular basis in Diablo 4. A very, very, very very minuscule amount of players are doing that, right? That's why sometimes I don't like to answer the question sometimes. I'm just like, bro, like, because it's like, you're not going to be doing that kind of stuff, right? What you really do want to know is, like, what's a good speed clear for that build, right? Then it's like, okay, well, I can speed 80s on this, or I can speed 90s on this. Like, that gives you a better general idea of how a build performs for something that's important to you, that's actually important to you. Does that make sense? But yeah. It's all about FOMO, man. I get it, but I think at the end of the day, man, like, even as a content creator, you know, I can play on that. I can really play on the idea, hey, you need to have this, you must have this. And, you know, if you don't have the gear like me, or the whatchamacallit like me, or the tenacity like me, you won't, whatever. I just think that, like, um I'm just honest with it, man. I I'm honest with it in the sense of, I guess, would dislike people to get the false narrative that, you know, they will be able to do what a barbarian does as long as they have similar gear. Like, it's like, oh, the barbarian cleared X tier. Okay, well, if I have as good enough gear as that person, I'd be able to do it too. No, that's not so hell that works on the Fortnite. You would think it's like that. It'd be nice if it was like that, but no, it's not like that. Um, he did it without imbue and with inner sight. Is that so? No poison at all? Wow. Actually, yeah, you're right. Not a single. Starless skies. Okay. Actually, that's actually nice. Yeah, that's so you can look at video if you want. Do it on my Discord. HS you'll be making the Paragon Boar skill tree victimized TV. So TB get buff, but I mean, victimized is still going to be a really tough sell on Twisting Blades, because the lucky hit chance is just kind of horrible on Twisting Blades currently. Still, so even with the buff, I mean, I will try some Twisting Blades, but it won't be victimized. It will be inner sight though. Let's do shadow imbuement and let's do it this way. It's been a while since I did dual imbuement. This is like old school Barrage now. I'm about to run. What's easier to play for someone that's new to Diablo, Seeker or Rapid Fire? Definitely Heartseeker. Much easier. I have a question. I'm doing Rapid Fire build and zero about 40 times and no rings is normal. It is pretty rare for whatever strange reason. You actually have an easier time getting the ring from completing the Iron Wolves event than you will being able to find it from like Lore Zero, to be honest with you. Yeah, because you're guaranteed the ring once you finish the Iron Wolves quest, season quest thing. So if you're close to finishing it, then I will focus on finishing it. You'll probably get it easier that way. I am kind of impressed with that Vlad made, because it's like, why you might have fished for that per se. Like, how was he able to get enough single target damage, especially with inner sight? Like, that's really impressive, honestly. Easy kill, but oh well. I mean, well, Uber isn't really like that difficult. I'm saying the 120 is considerably more impressive because of the amount of health the Pithball has. Uber Lilith, I mean, you can do with Barrage in any season at a time, so I'm not as impressed there. But the 120, given the amount of HP that the Pit Boss has, that's ridiculous. That I want to see. What passive will I be playing with him? Close quarters combat. It's really the only other one you can do on Twisting Blaze. You do think there should be more rewards for high pit clears or some crazy Uber bosses or something like that? It's kind of nice back in the days when Lilith was hard and you got a nickname thingy, you can flex it in the town. Yeah, I think so. I just as long as like the better rewards isn't like things you can't get elsewhere in terms of like maybe like better gear or whatnot. I don't think that should be the case. But little like maybe like titles or transmogs or maybe a little bit more of something, I guess, than you normally could get as a reward. It's fine, but I think when we talk about things that are very specific to hit tiers, then you kind of end up gatekeeping a lot of builds that just simply can't do the thing. So we end up funneling players into like a couple of builds that can do the thing just to get the thing, and then that will also kind of feel a little bad.
I'll keep my
How do you trigger the marksman part? I mean, you'll still do puncture. Like you'll do puncture once every X seconds to basically trigger it. What glyph you swap snare with in Seeker? I took out Ranger. I'm more impressed by Drew pushing 120 than the bar pushing 150. Well, I mean, as you know, Chris Cruz, I probably can tell you this because I think you get what I'm saying. You'll kind of get what I'm saying when I'm getting ready to say. There is zero difference between a pit 1 and a pit 200. Zero. Except for more health, more damage. There is nothing mechanically changes. The mobs act the exact same way. It's literally just more HP, more incoming damage. So just like you said, your Druid pushing 120 is the equivalent of a Bard pushing 150 because that's just the ceiling of what a builder or class can do. Right? That's it. But it's not like, oh, you know, I keyed in this 130. All of a sudden, these cool new mechanics that I didn't have to fight when I was doing the 129 is here. And then now you have like a different challenge, right? It's like, oh, well, now the boss is doing this where it didn't do that in the previous tiers. So there's no real actual mechanical challenge that you have to learn or understand to defeat. It's literally just beating your head against the wall for spongy mobs or spongier bosses as you continue to go up. But the actual difficulty is the exact same from pit 1 to pit 200. Like you literally can put on all white items and like try to do a pit 1 and that would be hard. Right? But mechanically it's all the same. Right? I figure I'd say that to you because I think you understand where I'm coming from with it. Like it at the end of the day, it's just a number that every build is going to at some point hit a ceiling against, which is literally just health and incoming damage. How do you change the color of the cursor? It should be under graphics, right? Options, graphics, yeah. Cursor color picker. I'm really curious about Vladimir, which you actually put there. I don't have the gear to sit there and like even attempt to probably do what he's doing, but I'm actually quite curious. I just find it interesting because like Frigid Finesse is so good on an amulet, right? And it's like he doesn't even take Frigid Finesse. Like what? That's crazy to me. I guess in the boss it doesn't really help, but man. Like I actually want to somewhat maybe do like a very like a variation of that in some way. I'm actually really curious about it. Is Frigid Finesse better than Malice? Or well, for what I'm doing right now, yeah, definitely. Like definitely for sure. Like Malice is quite awful on this particular setup. Will there be any changes to Heartseeker coming update? Probably not really. I think I might maybe add the fluidity glyph because now that's actually pretty good. So I might actually do that, but I think that's about as far as I would go. It seems the Flurry Rogue may be back, like just traditional Flurry. I'd probably say no to that. That 25-ish% damage, increased damage is definitely not enough for Flurry. Do I make PvP builds? I don't play enough PvP to know like the meta to be able to make a PvP build, to be honest. This is actually kind of nice, actually. I guess realize this is a T100, and the pit clear actually so far is actually nice. Now the boss is gonna take forever, but the mob clear actually, with my gear level being like pretty shitty right now, this is actually kind of impressive. Hey Lesher, what's going on, man? It's the bossing variant for Barrage from the guide. Oh, just the bossing variant? No. Like bossing variant would be like if you're. I guess it kind of is if you think about it, sort of. Yeah, because I have Shadow Imbuement on. I'm doing the Shadow Imbue to kind of get the 12% more elemental damage, I guess. I'm taking it instead of cow traps, honestly. I don't really care for cow traps in this, to be honest. I feel like I'm doing significantly better without the cow traps. At least during a run. Like, I'll regret it on the boss, for sure. But I kind of like the Shadow Imbuement, Cold Imbuement, like the dual Imbuement thing again. Like the old school double Imbuement. Smoke Grenade. Yeah, this is actually doing not bad. You having a hard time killing the pit 100 boss? What build, Sushi? Sorry. Bro, with Starless guys working this build? I mean, for a combo point setup, I don't think it's worth. But if you're doing like inner sight or whatever, then sure. Yeah, this is gonna be a long boss fight. I got one more time to stagger him, and if I don't kill him in that stagger, it's gonna take a while. Aw. So yeah, if I can't kill him in the but this is also a shitty boss too, so I will chalk it up to that too. But still, I'm out of potions too. Rogue ZDVS. I can't wait till I can go Blaze Shift in this build on Monday. My single target would be better if I once I'm able to do that. And Andy's Heartseeker going to be a thing. It's a possibility. You can do it.
Can't do that.
Why Monday? Because Blaze Shift can proc Umbrus. And that's very important for survivability. Southside with the sub, appreciate you. Hair is getting longer. Ah, crap. Yeah, alright. Rough. I have no more pots. Yeah. Because I have sheer misery and I don't have undying, I kind of can't heal as much as I would like. So if I don't kill him on the third stagger, this makes it. If I get the wrong boss and I don't kill him on the third stagger, it makes what would have been a very fast 100 into like this long, drawn out fight that really shouldn't be the case. That shouldn't be the case. Oh, you said, well, Starlight Skies work on a Heartseeker build. Oh, no. Starlight Skies can't. You have to proc a core skill to make it work. Heartseeker is a basic attack. All right, we're gonna try something a little different, but before I do, let me get up and walk around a little bit because I haven't walked yet. Ah. Loxy, what's going on? You say you hope I'm doing a little bit better. Yeah. Well, actually, this week has actually been kind of rough. Like I've had to kind of go back on pain meds this week for whatever strange reason. Hoping it's just the phase that passes, but it's been quite annoying. Gamers are like cats. They got 9 lives. How are you? How's the back? I don't feel the pain in my back anymore, but like wherever the surgical area is kind of bothersome still. All right, let's actually do an inner sight. I'm actually very curious about the physical side. I don't think I'd do the same thing this guy did, but I'm actually very interested in something around that range. Oh, oof. Energy per second. I do not have that. I don't know if I have the resources to even be able to do it, to be honest with you. I definitely don't have a Starless. I wonder if I can just pick an aspect that kind of helps with that. I don't want to lose any damage though. Freeze, freeze, stun, freeze. Yeah, I probably wouldn't be able to. Yeah, I don't even know if I can be able to do it. I'm actually I guess I can try something. Why percent damage though? That's interesting. At the 5% chance to restore primary resource. Yeah, this is like ultra min max. Ultra min. Alright. Combat control, exploit, yeah, all the normal stuff you would take. Except you just take chip instead of I see. Okay. It's not too terribly difficult to kind of sort of build into, but I know in terms of resources concerned, I'm gonna have issues. I have no idea how I'm gonna get around that. It's better on the poison build, damage over time or just damage percent. I think it's very close because the percent damage double dips. So while it looks like a lower value than damage over time, I think damage percent has a very strong case of being maybe slightly better. Is that 100%? Yeah, that's yeah, that's weird out. You think rapid fire will be fixed after patch, or will it still be clunky? I don't know. I know they're increasing the radius, which should make it feel better, so therefore you're not missing a lot of the time because you're gonna have a bigger radius. I don't know what the other part mean. Basically, making it easier to hit while you're close range. I don't know what they'll do with that, but we'll see. Is Heartseeker is Andy's Heartseeker gonna be a thing? Yeah, I'm gonna actually do it. I'm gonna have to give it a shot. I need to farm for an Andes to begin with. Too much dip in your chip. Yeah. All right. I actually might need new rings because I have cold imbuement charges on these rings. So like, uh, hmm. I guess for the rings, I can definitely get like resource cost reduction in a way. What's a good way to try something different? I guess we can. What's a good ring to mess up? Yes. Uh, this isn't bad. Well, actually, no, this is a whole different build. This is actually this is a good ring, but that's wow. Actually, why am I not using that? On this one, why am I not using this ring on that one? Actually, how many tippers I have left? 4. I don't think I can change the whatchamacallit. No, I can because it's still a resource. That'd be daring. I should be daring. Resource cost reduction actually wouldn't be too bad. I guess any of these actually really wouldn't be bad. Resource generation or resource cost reduction. Probably resource cost reduction would be better. So you know how fast you're attacking. Yep, so I guess we got one ring we can actually try.
Use it well.
This is actually not a bad ring to also try. Let's see. Oh, this got a different thing on it. Forgot about that. Chance. Low roll on critical rate damage. Vulnerable ring. That's not what we're looking for. Actually, do I have a Mother's Embrace? Time being. I thought I might have kept one. Maybe I was wrong. How do I manage my stash? I don't know. I really need to clean it out. I really do need to clean it out. Hey, this actually has resource cost reduction already on it. And a good critical strike damage thing on it. Guess we can double up on that. See if this works out. Start with crit damage if we can get it. And damage, boo. Oh, we're on a crit damage, so that's fine. I'm gonna do resource. Actually, a really good roll on that. Okay. All right, so we got 2 rings I think we can play around with. Maybe I can get a third. Get a different amulet because that cold imbue isn't gonna work. That entire amulet is like busted. think I have a Frigid Finesse damage percent amulet. Kind of ruin. Don't I? I think I actually probably do need the armor percent though. No, I don't. I don't. Do not actually. Here it is. Yeah. We'll ruin this one.
Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer?
See what else is there. I can here. Actually, inner sight duration actually wouldn't be bad versus something like crit damage because I already have so much. The inner sight duration actually might be worth more, especially if I take the Raina's Instinct board. We'll do Marksman. Or critical strike damage. Alright, resource. What else is there? Utility? Nothing I care about. No, I don't like that one. I don't think I have enough lucky hit for that. Source re. I guess that's fine. I guess that's fine. Okay, but now we gotta reroll. Now we gotta reroll some stats. So this one especially, these two. Can Pangorges work on the Heartseeker build? I mean, it can technically, but the problem is that like the Pangorges damage doesn't really get the victimized proc, so it's only based off of your damage, and your damage isn't worth much at all. Considering that all your damage comes from victimize. So am I here Dex or? I'm about to go through all my angel bread. I only got 20 left. Okay, we'll take Dex here. And for amulet, I guess we'll take whatever I can get. I guess that one more roll. We'll do it like HS. That's fine. All right, so I think we might be able to pull something like this off. At least a very budget version of it. Like a very budget version. So yeah, let's go. Thanks for exploit Amy last night. You rolled max life to Frigid, and now you got 5 Frigid and 3 exploit. That's actually really good. Very nice, sir. Okay, I'll put holes in our career. And then you go to the Paragon board, swap out Canny for a chip. I need to like fix the board obviously for this now. Let's see. Let's remove all this first and try to fix it all again. I guess I really don't even need to even go this way, do I? Yeah, I do, because that's the 10% dex. All right. Let's see. 3, 2, 1, 0. Okay, I guess that'll work for now. I think all the other glyphs are fine. They actually do stuff. All right. So now that we established that, what is our skills are gonna, or let's remove the gems.
Fashion this into something exquisite.
This favor here, appreciate the follow. So we'll put I might have to take Frigid Finesse. Not Frigid Finesse, that's for Penitent Greaves, actually. That'd be a thing. Or no, I guess I can just leave things as is. Okay, what was on the amulet? So I had Edge Masters. Don't need that. Don't need that. Okay. All right, let's take a look at the aspects now. So we don't need that. So we want to do probably accelerating here. And then branching. So one of these needs to be Edge Master. And the other one could be a resource aspect. I know I'm gonna need one. There we go. What sucks is that all of these practically suck against the like the boss, which is where I need it the most. So I mean, I guess Umbro is really technically the better option here through the rip. But I feel like whatever. We'll go for it. YOLO. Build. I'm actually just putting it together right now. Is the patch out on Monday? I'll go through your cosmetics and your character. Ash Knight. It's basically Ash Knight with it's Ash Knight cosmetic from the shop, but with the season 3 from the battle pass. Yeah, it's mostly Ash Knight. Yeah, now it's time to change the skills now. So no imbuements, obviously here. So back to cow traps again. This sauna. I like that there. I think that's it. That's all I need to do. And there you go. Alright, this is very scuffed, but we're gonna attempt. Alright, let's go to Kiyoshad. Maybe attack speed over the resource if needed on boss. I mean, I honestly have no idea if I have enough. I didn't do like the mathematical calculations whether I have enough based on my attack speed I have currently. This is literally just kind of just YOLOing it. I'm already out of resources. Eek. Yeah, that is really hard to sustain. Holy. Then again, I'm only fighting one thing, but I guess that's the thing. If I find a boss, then how do I sustain? Yeah, I might actually have to take an elixir. And even then, would I have enough? Where is that elixir anyways? I'm sure I like always hold on to it. There it is. Right, I guess we'll YOLO. You need Starless guys for sure. Yeah, but I think the next Uber unique I really want to get is Andy's. So that's kind of my next target, but let's try this on the 80. Is Twisted Blade Poison back in again? It's in the better spot now for sure with the buffs. And you can do Inner Sight with it, so that's always a good thing. This is kind of neat though. It's visually satisfying. I'll put it that way.
Need more time.
Resources are still kind of hard though. Yeah, this would feel a lot more comfortable with the Starless for sure. What's the name of this build without combo points? It's just inner sight barrage. Nothing fancy. But my gear is obviously very like low budget. I just kind of wanted to see what it feels like to do this, and can I sustain the resources to do it? Why not using them imbued? Because like for inner sight, for the most part, you can't really sustain enough imbuements to really make it work. Because you're actually attacking fast, so you're running through your imbuements like crazy. And it's better to have resource, honestly, to be able to spam as much as you possibly can. See, even with all the resource stuff I took, I'm like starving for resources. Yes, yeah, I'm like out of energy. I can't really do anything until when the sight comes back. There we go. Oh, I'm out of potions. Glyph. Once patch day comes, at least stars this would be worth taking. I mean, especially like a 10% damage buff and 10% better with resources. So I mean, yeah, but I mean, it'll only be worth taking on the builds that already use Starless. Like, it won't be new builds that you can put Starless on. If that makes sense. Ow, I'm out of potions. That's rough. Yeah, that's really hard to oh, that's rough. That's hard. He said, don't start the next pit. You have a present? What is it for sure? Bro, what do you call the cowboy hat you are wearing? I don't know what the name is of this. It's a season 3 transmog. A season 3 cosmetic. Battle pass. Relax toughness. Even though I got the stat threshold from Barrage guy, I'm still having trouble with 100 pit boss. Any tip? Honestly, it just really is. It's just boss dependent, really. Let me get out. Like, you have to get real close, and I think honestly with Blaze Shift will kind of fix that issue a little bit. But right now, Blaze Shift is just rough trying to proc Umbrus with until Monday. The build, not the hat, the build. Durst, appreciate the prime. Yeah. Also, Starless also will give me a nice damage bump too as well. So like that's actually would be quite nice. Help me with builds. Okay. Oh, you give me gold? Are you sure? That's a lot of gold, sir. What do you want me to give you for that? $100%. All right, sir. I don't know how I'm gonna spend it, but all right. Thanks. All right. Just keep it a G. The best. Thanks, man. So I want to try to find another. I actually want to up my attack speed, but I can't because I don't have the resource regen to see. Let's try this again. She said GG. Is there any boss that would be easier? Like Outlaw is actually easy. Outlaw Malice is actually decent for Barrage. A lot of the bosses you don't want with every other build, you actually do want with Barrage. It's kind of a weird thing. But it is fun though. My gear is real low brow for this. So I might have to just spend time to kind of get the gear for it. But how do you view patch notes? Exclamation mark patch. What's the reason Heartseeker has zero energy uses? Well, Heartseeker is a basic attack, so it doesn't use. So basic attacks don't use energy. Yeah. Oof, that hurt. Would I recommend swapping couches for shadow imbuement? Honestly, the most success I've had so far with combo points barrage was actually like smoke grenade, shadow imbuement, cold imbuement, basically. I didn't even use couch ups anymore, honestly. I did want to try the inner sight thing though. I was just curious. Yeah, I think the 12% from the mixed shadow imbuement also helps with the fact that you don't have traps in the build. But you also get a little bit more AoE too. Not that it's like great against the boss or anything like that, but it will help clear like little small trash packs as you're going through the pit for speeds. That is not for pushing, but for speeds. All right, come on. Yeah, like this boss isn't actually too bad. Like the like you hate this boss for every other build, but the hitbox isn't that bad on this boss relative to some of the others. I definitely need Starless Skies, man. This is so hard to do without. And that's it. That's all my staggers. Appreciate the follow. Grits, appreciate it, Brian. Yeah. Yeah. If I can get one more stagger, this one before all of my I have no more potions left. Come on. Oof. No. Leave me alone. Oof. Like I do have siphoning strikes, but like I gotta get close enough for it. Oh no, those potions up there. I couldn't get to it. Alright. That's so rough. Alright, I'm gonna have to like this is like the third setup I'm gonna have to kind of put aside until I have like the correct thing to go for it. I do feel like compared to like let's say season 3 or season 2 or whatever, like when you're testing out something different or whatever, it gets a little tough because it's like if you're not masterwork or you're missing a couple of pieces of like that, like it just performs way different than you may want to. But the investment to get it to a point where something will perform pretty well just takes a while to do compared to like the previous seasons, because of course you don't have, because in the previous seasons all you needed was a gear. You didn't have to have it masterworked or tempered or any of that, right? So it's a lot cheaper to kind of like mess around with something and not have everything you need to kind of get an idea of what it could before it might. But yeah, Paco Plum, yeah, yeah, pretty much. It really is. So like I just got to spend more time, yeah, unfortunately. Um. Anyhow, I think that is enough for me for tonight. I have a Maxroll meeting in the morning. I need to attend. So probably want to rest up for that. And I guess tomorrow, we'll farm for mats so I can get better gear to do the things I'm trying to do. But I am looking forward to Monday, the new patch, to be able to try or go back to playing some rapid fire, and hopefully that feels better. Also want to do Andy's rogue stuff, and then of course I also will be streaming all of the PTR season 5 PTR. So look forward to that for any cool different new rogue stuff going on. Who to go to? Oh, Crip is on. Let's go to Crip. Crip is cool. Take it easy. Thanks, y'all. All right. Also, thanks for letting me experiment with things, even if they may not like turn out to be too much better. But I do think the combo point Barrage, Cold, and Shadow actually worked out quite well considering my crappy gear. So we'll play around more with that too as well. I went to respect and make a gear for Heartseeker from Pinshot last night around the mass yesterday. So today is farm day. It takes time for sure, yeah. All right, but enjoy H Crip. I will see you guys tonight, later on tonight. And as always, till next time.